ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels or microscopic. It's a Killer Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killer Priest podcast. Killer Priest podcast. Yo, it's been a crazy week. So far, we're in the middle now. Yo, welcome everyone to Killer Priest Podcraft. I am your host, Killer Priest. Running the rocket is Sound Daddy, none other than AD.
Yeah, welcome back. It's gonna be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. So I didn't get on my live. I promised everyone. Oh, let me give a shout out first. Let me acknowledge my bad. I'm going too fast, man. Shout out to the Podcraft room, because without y'all, none of this would be possible. I want to shout out the the Oracle, Coach Kadaka. I see in the building, and we have our Oracles. I don't see him yet, but someone said Jenny, which is Voltage, and Vinny Black Lodge. Don't see them yet, but shout out to them. They'll be on soon. So we got Jimmy B. It's official. Woolwear. LOL. So we have the Rocketeers and the Craftmen coming in. Shout out to Tall God Heru. Adam G says peace to the Craft Nation and everybody, beautiful vibrations. I like the way that rhyme too. Jimmy B says much love, Killer Priest and AD. Thank you. Triple JC in the building. Shout out to Australia. He says yo, been at the club. Yo, yeah, I'll switch it up a little bit. You know what I mean? How you like it? You like it? I mean, I think I had this on, man. Shout out to Guam, my man Tree.
Wow.
Out there, and Kelly. Gotta get Kelly to come through too. This time I'm gonna start off my tea a little bit earlier because we've been getting into it. I mean, last Podcraft we had Inky, Dr. Inky, man. Shout out to him. He went crazy, and it was real good, very intelligent. You know what I'm saying? So we got a chance to because on this show we deal with a lot of therapy and building ourselves up without doing the same old thing, you know, that everybody else do. And that's just, you know, getting into health. That's a very important part. As we get older, we get more wise. So we got to start listening to the trees and listen to the plants and what they're saying. We always trying to interject what we feel. Well, actually, you know, the plants in the forest, they want us to live. Because if we're not here, then what happens? We might have to pull that up, AD. If the planet, put YouTube, the planet without people.
Like I Am Legend?
Exactly.
With Will Smith?
Exactly. But this when I saw a documentary that showed a little bit that what would happen if we're not here. You know, vegetables would just decay. I mean, they had a whole bunch of stuff, and bacteria would soon have nobody to jump into. Shout out to K9, Royal Priesthood in the building. Do you have that beat? I think I sent out some. Jody said health is wealth. And that's, got to understand that off top. Jimmy P said it's tea time. I like what Inky said. He said, with this, everybody's drinking everything, and liquor and all of that stuff. We did all of that. But he said when he comes here, he feel peaceful because he can drink some tea. And we drink whole brew coffee also. Mm-hmm. Can't exclude the coffee drinkers. A lot of people said it causes anxiety. If you got anxiety, what's the remedy for that?
I mean, you might be having too much. The secret's in the dosage. You got to know your dosage. That goes with everything, though. Everybody knows that.
No, we don't have that complaint.
You got to know how much.
Don't have that, huh?
You got to know how much to have.
Yeah, tea.
But you can have too much certain teas, and you know your anxiety might go up. It just depends. But caffeine goes right to the adrenal glands. So your cortisol is going to go up and your adrenaline's going to go up. It just depends on how much you have and how much tolerance you have. You know what I mean? Some people can do like a couple cups and be cool. Some can do a half a cup and be cool. So it depends.
Moderation is what you're saying.
Yeah.
If we do everything in moderation, it's all gravy. You know
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
do
saying?
about a half cup twice a day. That's
I
good
don't
for
know.
me.
Yeah, you're the only cat that I know that do that, man. You measure everything, and it's like you almost do like cold brew shots,
Yeah.
and it's usually shots of.
I do shots of cold brew, but I'll measure the shots. 2 ounces, boom, 4 ounces. But I know how that's gonna make me feel and how long that's gonna last. It's better to have coffee like with food actually too, because the coffee will drop your blood sugar. Do you know what I'm saying? But if you have that like after breakfast, you set.
Right,
You set.
right, no doubt.
Anyway.
Well, I just missed the last part. What you said. Shout out to Rich. He says peace, KP and AD.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt. Instead of eating your Wheaties, let's eat weed teas.
Weed and teas.
Yeah. Edibles.
Shout out to Jody.
It's edibles. Okay, I was gonna say something about that. You do tea shot. I mean, you do coffee shots.
Coffee shots.
Coffee shots.
Yeah.
Which is called espresso. Now,
So espresso is like another way of making coffee. So that's a lot stronger.
well, I'm getting schooled now. Okay, let
But,
me know. I mean, yeah, I'm a new cup.
Espresso has more caffeine than cold brew.
Espresso has more caffeine than cold brew.
Yeah. Cold brew is a little less acidic and has more dark flavors than espresso.
You winning.
Yeah. I mean, these are like fancy drugs, caffeine and everything. But it's been around for a long time.
Yeah, well,
It makes me way productive. And it's also pro-metabolic. And it also increases dopamine. There's a bunch of...
are you reading that or are you coming off the top of the dome?
I mean, I already knew that. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I need it. Top of the dome for my coffee drinkers.
Mm-hmm.
When I have that, you know what I'm saying? I need my bombs up.
Oh, yeah, here you go.
Yeah, I need my bombs up.
Try
I'm about
one.
to get into it.
One more again.
Somebody said, Chris TV Vlog said, I got ginger tea and parsley.
Yeah, that's good. Parsley's good for you.
Now you stepping it up. How about this? I'm going to be super focused because I did a cold brew espresso kind. Have you heard of that? Shout out to Bohema. I love going to his spot. But I had some cold brew, but the name of the coffee, it was an Ethiopian one. It was Ethiopian one, but it's called espresso. I don't know if that's just the name. But I had that, and I had a beet shot. No, we had a cup of beet juice mixed with blueberry, ginger. That's what I forgot, the ginger. Didn't put the ginger in my bag. So I regress, pull back on that. I didn't put the ginger in it. It was ginger and it was beets. See, it got me focused. I told you I'd be focused. Beets, blueberries, date syrup, cold water.
Damn.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm brewing some other stuff I got. Then I made some hot sauce I'm gonna bring to the show. I've been on. I just been on my my gourmet, gourmet and tinctures and my little tea and my little tinctures now.
Yeah, once you get used to this type of stuff and you realize how it makes you feel, you get addicted to having your own routine.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, every single day you make your formula.
Right.
And you're feeling good.
Right.
And you get used to feeling good. You get addicted to feeling good, and you know exactly what to take for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Pardon me. Talk to him. AD is just family. Real quick. I just
routine. We all got our routine. I do a couple ounces of cranberry juice, the pure cranberry. That's a good source of iodine. People don't even know about that. I get crazy, yo. So since I got the board, I use this thing called Chronometer. If y'all don't know about Chronometer, you probably already have MyFitnessPal. For those of y'all that track stuff, you got MyFitnessPal. But a next step up would be something like Chronometer. And that's something to where like you're able to like track every single thing that you got going on. So in here you could punch in, you could add food. It'll tell you exactly what's in the food as far as like the minerals and the vitamins and stuff like that. And then you could put all your food in for the day. It's chronometer.com. It's free. And then you could line it up for every single day and check it out. And it's pretty damn dope. So like for one of my days here, I would have the food and it'd be like meal 1, meal 2, meal 3. And then it'll show you like, boom, your protein, your fat, your carbs. You could put in goals. It'll show you like targets for vitamins, how good your immune support is. And then bam, you can just see what you're deficient in for that day. Do you know what I'm saying? It's pretty cool. I'm neurotic about this stuff. So I like to get crazy with it and see what's up. It'll also show you your ratios of zinc to copper ratios, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, if you're into that type of stuff and you want to do tracking, I highly suggest you check out Chronometer. You just type in any food. They got every single food that exists. You type in like everything from fast food into like actual nutritious stuff, like a Whole Foods bread or like something from Trader Joe's, whatever. They got it all in here. Just like MyFitnessPal, if y'all know about that. It's pretty dope. Check that out. And that's how you can do some tracking and you can set goals, whether you're trying to bulk, trying to cut, whatever. Everything down to the proteins, to the fats. And you can see what's going on, see what you're overdoing. See, as you can see, I got a little too much sodium going on over here. So it's really interesting to track. And that's it. That's my little contribution to all that. But yeah, check that out. Chronometer. It's pretty dope. I found out I was low on copper, as I mentioned on the last one.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Zinc.
It's because I get high zinc because I do red meat. You know what I'm saying? And you got to balance that shit out with zinc or with copper. So I started like supplementing copper, feeling good, man. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, copper is very, very needed.
Yeah, I'm low on magnesium too, so I'm trying to figure that out. But that's just based on RDAs.
Yeah. So where do you get your magnesium?
So magnesium would be from like dark chocolate. Oh, you can Google that. So like sources of magnesium. But yo, when you find out these mineral deficiencies and you try to like supplement them and like see how you feel, yo, it can make a difference in your day. It can make a difference on like your mood and stuff like that. So like pumpkin seeds, almonds, spinach, cashews, that stuff I don't even eat. You know what I mean? So, and those are sources of magnesium. So it's like, well, I don't eat that, so I could supplement it if I want to. You know what I mean? It's interesting.
Right.
But yeah, if you want to go really hardcore, then you can go get your blood work done, and then the nutritionist will tell you what your blood says that you're deficient in. A lot of people are deficient in vitamin D3, but Dr. Inky went into all of that. So it's cool. It's interesting. But like I said, you get addicted to feeling good. And, I like to go for optimal productivity and feeling optimal so that I can get shit done and be on point. You know what I'm saying? And that's it.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say about that.
That's it. Yeah, no doubt. Let me see for some intelligent words out there. Beware biochips. Yeah, we said that. Yep. Stomach needs to empty out.
Soldier, it is an app also, yeah.
Kelp is very element. Yeah. Periodic table has every element on the periodic. Yeah. I heard about kelp, different type of sea moss. He's flying. Oh, shout out to Coverboy. Fox Chase. Danny Salinas in the building. Tell AD he forgot to play G Cyples Priest. I actually said that out loud. Yeah, I was just reading, man.
Okay, so G Cyples.
Yeah, G Cyples. Yeah, you got that. I don't even remember that. She going to freestyle. Ooh, I don't know. Too much. Go ahead.
Demetrius says AD takes creatine on the low. Not anymore. I did try it out, and I noticed there was some cognitive benefits to it, but I didn't like the feeling, and it kind of bulks you up and makes you kind of feel bloated and stuff like that. I didn't really care for that part and all, but I get enough creatine from the red meat, so I cut that out. I don't use creatine anymore, but people do talk about that a lot. That's the number one researched supplement is creatine. But if you kind of like a small scrawny person and you're trying to bulk up or you're really trying to expand or something like that, I would highly suggest creatine. That'd be dope, but that's not a goal of mine, you know what I mean? But shout out to Demetrius.
Naisha says, one time for her birthday, for a birthday chick.
Oh, it's her birthday?
Yeah, her birthday's tomorrow.
Hey.
What you gonna give it to her? Happy birthday. Hey, happy birthday to you. Hope you have a good one, man.
We got a Taurus in the house.
Lap around the side. Oh, it's Taurus season?
Mm-hmm.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to you. You're going to San Francisco. Very good place. I love San Francisco. Shout out to every time I go out there, I have a good time. There's a lot of tea shops out there. The Chinatown is popping. Word. Shout out to San Fran. Eat good, work it all. Eat good and work eat good and work after that fake sugar honey iced tea. Trying to be cool. All right. That's like an oxymoron. Sugar honey iced tea, right? Something good for an acronym for such a dirty word. Eat and do push-ups. Yeah. I'm starting my push-ups. Yo. Exercise. Check the intellect and expect the thighs. Now you gotta check the intellect and expect the eyes when you do your exercise. Having that clear. All right, so today we're gonna have something fun. Neptali couldn't make it. I wanted to get it all out for y'all cats who love the Nephilims and all that conversation and stuff, but she couldn't make it today. But check it out. I got even something that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I got the brother Zion Lex is coming back through. And he's going to build on something because he made a big discovery. Like I said before, he went and he did his DNA. I'm going to let him tell y'all the rest. You know what I'm saying? Very interesting. And, the brothers from Brooklyn, big up to BK. But he actually, because a lot of people be saying, yo, did you do your DNA? Did you do your DNA? Well, the brother actually did his DNA. And he's here. He's going to represent it today and pull out some information.
So wait, is that the thing where you submit your blood and it tells you your heritage?
I don't know if you submit your blood. Kind of wild. I think your saliva or something, or put it
from your saliva. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, there's things coming out about that. Next week, I spoke to Ngozi yesterday too, and he was telling me that there are these Hebrew brothers, the Israelite brothers, are coming out with a movie called The Mark of the Beast. We're gonna have them up here soon too. See, I like that when people or everybody's just doing something and it can come up with some ideas and actually put it, manifest it, manifesting their destiny, actually putting it, what you thinking, but actually putting it out. You first put it to paper, or you don't even need that. You can skip that. You can quantum leap now. You don't need paper. You can actually put it directly to a recorder. It's quantum leap. It's not like before, and you can actually push yourself that way, push your ideas, and give the planet what it needs, what you feel it needs, or what it gave you to give to the world back to itself. Shout out to Yaya. Good looking on that. You know what I'm saying? You're a part of a big, we all are, like I said before, a collective. Part of a collective, part of a gigantic consciousness. Elevating in the Merkaba will and outside of it also, and pulling in our energy. We radiate from the sun, and we're elevating ourselves to extreme, and this is all about conversation, to extreme levels. Giving ourselves time to heal from old wounds and giving ourselves time to grow and manifesting ourselves and manifesting our destiny. Taking our time and slowing down. And as we heal our old wounds, we begin to grow out of that, like a scab. You can't see the skin growing underneath it in the beginning, but it's healing itself. Scab looks ugly, but it's actually the cover for something that's deeper, for the healing. and you just plug it away. It starts to itch when it's time to get rid of the shell. You think you scratching, but it's all a healing process. Sometimes we be thinking that, yo, man, we're going through something so bad, but actually when you're going through something, that's actually the healing part. You're about to reach a destination. You're being prepared for something that's great and incredible. I have to tell myself that sometimes. You know what I'm saying? When you're going through situations and you go, man, this is only, you're going through something just to get to that top. I didn't get to do my, so I guess it's coming out now. I didn't get to talk to him in my morning tea. So I'm talking now. So when you're going through something, they said there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. You're going to get through it. It's just a process. Anxiety attacks, panic attacks, they all pass like waves in the ocean. Now, when I talk about waves, that's sonic. You're dealing with vibration. That's why the hertz you have to hit, your righteous hertz. What's the righteous hertz? 432 or 528? Both of them are.
432 is the tuning, 528 is the love frequency.
So you hitting those vibrations of 528, and that's shaking off all the hate. That's like you're in a vibration state that's resonating so ill that you begin to. Did they hear this? Yes. Yo, but it's, Cover Boy said facts. I mean, that's what we. Cover Boy said, let's go. It's 528. Yeah, we have to go. I mean, you could throw it back on. I kind of like it. But, I am a listener also. Sometimes you can let your words be few and your actions show more. Because the minute you tell someone what you up to, because it's brewing. See, we drink a lot of tea, but we can learn from the tea. We're all brewing for this magnificent flavor that's going to come out one day and fill everyone's cup. I like that.
The best part of waking up.
Hey, yeah, your soul is in your cup. I can't help it, y'all. Michael Jackson said, I can't help it. Can't help it, no. Well, he was sitting in the mirror. And that's, shout out to Stevie Wonder. He wrote that song. A lot of y'all don't even know that. Stevie Wonder is recorded singing that song too. Cover Boy said facts. I know, that's what I said, yo. Once we have this type of dialogue with each other, we go in, man. Aparium, you can't, KB. Got the laughing face, but it's the truth. Hey, listen, I'll tell you, everything's been in synchronicity. I don't know. Let's all do a cup right now, y'all. This is before the tea ceremony, because we're going to have Zion Lex come through in a few. And I'll just put this in there. Here's a teacup for y'all. Your ginger, your fancy guys. I saw somebody said turmeric and milk. Ooh, what's that? And that's Spark AD.
Yeah.
Just got to leave the milk alone. He says,
okay.
So I have the milk whenever I want.
Yeah, that's right.
The almond milk.
Nah, no almond milk for me.
You're going to drink milk, right?
Yeah. I'm an organic cow.
An organic cow. Drinking green tea with honey. Oh, Jermaine said he's drinking green tea with honey. That's right. That's cool. This is KP. What's the last good movie you've seen? Damn. That's a great question.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
The last good movie.
I know. About that. What's the last good movie you've seen, AD? And while I think.
Well, I saw Batman, The Batman. I didn't think it was that good. I wasn't feeling The Batman. He was making too many mistakes, and I didn't have much faith in him as a Batman character. There's that. And then before that, I saw the Spider-Man No Way Home.
Yeah.
With Doctor Strange in it. That was dope. I like that.
Is that the
a lot.
one they said that's going to be the greatest Spider-Man?
It was so good. I won't give it away if you haven't seen it, but they incorporate all the past Spider-Mans into that. You saw that, Russell? Yeah, that was fire. I like that movie a lot. So, Spider-Man No Way Home was dope. And let's see, before that. Oh, you watching Moonlight? I mean, it's not a movie, but that's a good TV series. You saw it? Yeah, Moonlight's good. There's a lot of Egyptian. Yeah. There's a lot of Egyptian folklore in that. You got to check that out. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't necessarily remember what I watch a lot of old flicks. I've been going back to watching like old movies and stuff. I just been in creation mode. Let me see. I'll come back to that because a good movie that I watched. Man, I'm telling you, I've been watching some movies from like drive-in movies. We're watching all those crazy ones. You ever check out those scary flicks from back then? It's dope, yo.
The only time I watch scary flicks is if I'm with a girl that wants to see a scary flick.
Yeah, but
normally I'm not into all that, but usually the girls I hang out with, they want to see horror movies. I'm like, yeah, all right, and then I end up liking the movie. It's funny.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But no, these are different type of scary horror flicks. These are not like the horror flicks. They didn't have a lot of special effects back then.
Yeah,
I'm talking about before. This is like I've been watching like 19.
Way back
50.
when.
Yeah, exactly. When it was actually corny, so it's kind of funny. So if you watch this with a girl, she kind of like it, like, you know, like the big spider, like invasion of the spiders, and then it'd be a gigantic spider, and you can actually see the person running in the screen. Yeah. But they're not going nowhere. But you like
the classics, huh?
Like the classics make me laugh, yo. Lead me to the waters. All right, y'all. We got Zion Lex. He is ready when we are.
Oh, okay.
Let him in the building.
Yeah.
Word. He started.
Stand by.
Yeah, we on stand by. All I watch, RPM said all he watches horror. Yeah, Blackula. A little bit before Blackula, but I've been in my Blackula bag too. I had to watch that one day. It's actually dope, yo. Yep, 80s horror is the best. Yeah. I'm telling you, they're so dope. I even went to, I would even say, hold on, we will let you on. Yeah, the cinema.
Yeah, I got a noise gate. It's not going to hear Russell.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's called, I like it's almost like drive-in movies. So it's like the old joints, like Draft House. Yeah, so I've been checking out some of those. Dr. Frankenstein. Yeah, sometimes, well, if you ever saw Abbott and Costello, they had this one, Abbott and Costello. That's really old.
I don't know, nothing.
It's actually funny.
The
new Texas Chainsaw was okay. Yeah, that was crazy. That was definitely no place for. There's some of them that's wild. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't know that much.
There's a lot of movies. If I'm not into it, I'm not into it. I'll be out.
Yeah. But I like the kind of corny ones. Yeah, exactly. Right. Grindhouse flicks. That's right. Indeed. So I've been on to that. Yep, exactly. A cult, like some of them, they're so corny, but at the same time, they so dope.
You like it? You like it for the corniness?
Yeah. No, I like it because it brings you to a time. Yeah, it brings you to a time when things were it was more mental.
You can appreciate the nostalgia for that type of genre.
Yeah, the growth of it.
Yeah, to each his own.
Yeah. Tomb Ray says salute you.
We have
Attack of the 50-foot woman.
We have Zion Lex on standby ready.
Oh, it's on. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all know this brother. He's been on here a couple of times. Oh man. Supreme wisdom, knowledge, beyond I can even explain. This brother is known throughout the conscious community, throughout the Hebrew community. He is one of, or not one, the top scholars in the community, the whole community. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring on, y'all know him, Zion Lex, Brooklyn, New York. DK.
What up?
What's good?
Yeah, Dylan, how y'all doing over here at the Podcraft?
Feeling good, my brother.
Yes, sir.
That's great, man. That's great. I'm in good spirits. I'm feeling good. I actually just came off of a live myself.
Hey.
So when you hit me up, I was like, oh, yeah. On.
This is that time.
Usually I look for a confirmation. We didn't connect all day, so that's my apologies.
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. Yeah, man, me too. I was kind of behind. I got up kind of late, and you know how that go. So yeah, we both in there, but you know, everything worked out. You here now? Yeah, you here now. So let's go. Word. So what you been up to, my brother?
Been doing a lot behind the scenes, man. Putting together some trips. Got a trip coming to West Africa by the beginning of next year. That's in the making. Flying to Israel this September. That's big. And from Israel, I'm trying to take a flight straight to Kemet. And so there's a lot of touring that's going to be going on international for me because I'll be going to West Africa. I'll be going to Israel, and I certainly will be going to Kemet. So that's going to be dope.
That's dope, yo. That's dope. You're going to West Africa, Israel, and then Kemet. Yeah. Historical sites, man. Dang, man, where you going? I might want to go with you.
Yeah, that'd be dope, man. We're going to definitely connect behind the scenes on the dates. I think it's going to be real dope. I'm definitely, I got a professional cameraman coming with me to all of the places. So I'm not playing about how I document the experience as well. So I have a professional cameraman coming through as well.
That's smart. Very smart. A lot of people. Go ahead.
And of course, you know, we really outside. You know, I'm always outside. In fact, you know, I wanted to share something with your following, if I could share my screen real quick, right?
Indeed.
We was just in the town the other night. There we go. Identify the people in this picture. Who you see in this picture, please?
Zion, is that, let me see, go closer. That's you?
That's me.
Is that Gano?
Who's in the middle? That's Gano.
Yeah.
And who's the homie right here?
Oh, wow. That's, is that Hassan?
That's Shaheem.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
That's Shaheem. Yeah. We in the town. We escaped. We in Stapleton.
Yeah, Gano Grills, man. And Shy.
We in the town, man.
Yeah, exactly. He look like a rude boy.
Just literally around the block from Park Hill.
Oh, okay. When was this?
This was just over the summer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just over the summer, man. As I said, I grew up with many of these people, man. A lot of people don't know my history. I got real history in the industry, and a lot of the people that I have history with are people that I actually grew up with. Yeah. Like, so a lot of people might not know, but Jimmy Henchman, the person that's connected to the 1994 issue with Pac, which, you know, when I say connected, I use that loosely because a lot of people like to say that there's a connection there, but a lot of it is hearsay. But a lot of people associate him with that. But Jimmy Henchman, that managed the game, that you know, worked with Diddy, that had the industry on a strong arm, on lock. That was my landlord for many years. I used to watch his son, Jebelani. You know what I'm saying? So I have real history with that side. On top of that, you know, I came up in Brooklyn as well as Staten Island. And so there's a lot of people that, you know, I've you know, rubbed heads with over the years. And there's a lot that can be said about my history, man. I'm actually slated to do an entire documentary this summer talking about my experience in the industry and all the people that I work with, man. We really out here in these streets.
Wow. Man, I know that. I know the history of Jimmy Henchman, if y'all don't know. You hear it before. That's a Brooklyn. That's a Brooklyn thing right there. That's crazy.
Yeah. Van der Veer, 2 first.
Indeed. So you locked in. You already know. But I think we ran across each other back in the days or something, like saw you here and there. But
I know for a fact that we definitely bump heads. You might not remember, but I definitely remember bumping heads with you back in the days.
Indeed, man. Those are some days, man. Those are some days, man. Yo, I told cats, people don't even know that Dr. York is from Brooklyn, yo.
Dr.
York is from Brooklyn.
York is from Brooklyn. Matter of fact, his son, one of his sons, you know he has many. One of his sons, one of the older sons, Izzy, used to attend my temple in the early 90s.
Wow.
Yeah, remember part of York's doctrine is the Israelite doctrine at a point.
Wow.
Remember they were calling themselves the Hebrew Islamic Nuwabians at one point. Right?
Yeah,
so his son used to attend our temple.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah,
that's crazy. So, and if you look at it, it almost remind me of Cain. And Cain had a strong hold on Brooklyn for a very long time. You know what I'm saying?
That's facts.
And his run before Biggie. Because if you look at it, Big Daddy Kane and then Biggie Small. See, everybody imitated Big Daddy Kane in some form or fashion. You know what I'm saying? You wanted to be the Big Daddy or Big Yee. You know what I mean? So shout out to that.
That's a fact, man. That's a fact. But the history is crazy, man. I could tell you the war stories. You know, I could tell you who's really who they say they are in the industry. As you know, everybody in the industry, Killah Priest, you know this more than anybody else. They're not who they say they are.
Indeed.
And a lot of people got records saying that they outside, but Killah Priest, when you get in the streets, you never see them outside.
Indeed.
And when you talk to people from their hood, they was never outside.
Indeed, that's a facts check. If you ever want to see some, that's why I got to respect Gilly, because at least he went to some. Like, if you want to do a facts check and you said the right things on, go to their hood and they'll tell you the truth about it. That person was always inside behind the bar. Yeah, you're right about that. Oh man, because that could go another. When you start talking about Brooklyn, there's so much beautiful memories and stuff and dope stuff at BK. Yeah, a lot of
beautiful
culture
memories like Kentmore Theater on Flatbush, Kings Plaza. We from the era of Killah Priest where Fulton Mall was called Albee Square Mall. Remember that?
Matthew, Albee Square Mall.
Albee Square Mall.
My house is Albee.
Where the original 50 Cent used to literally catch chains and bodies.
No doubt. Yes, and no doubt. And he robbed a lot of MCs too. He caught LL Cool J parking lot pimping / slipping at McDonald's in Queens. Ran up on him and caught a big chain. BK.
Not that we glorifying that, but this is history. These are the things that happens.
Yeah, Brooklyn was into that stick up. Like the original Rude Boy stick up is Brooklyn, and that's because it's a lot of history. Brooklyn. We had the Shower Posse. We had so many.
Right. What?
Yes.
They don't know about that.
Yeah, indeed.
They don't know about that. The Shower Posse is the reason why. Well, you're not supposed to say this on YouTube, but it's the reason why police brought in TNT in the early 90s.
Yep.
When Pappy Mason had popped that cop.
Mm-hmm.
Pappy Mason had family that was in the Shower Posse.
Right.
Shower Posse came up from major parts of Jamaica. One of the major parts of Jamaica that you found.
That's what made Brooklyn rude. Yep.
Oh yeah. Shower Posse was all over the U.S., but they were mainly in New York, Miami, Texas.
Yep.
Those were the main places that they were at. They were in a lot of the major places, but those were the main places. But they originated in West Kingston, Tivoli Gardens in Jamaica. So for all the yardies out there, Shower Posse Spanglers, these are crews, these are posses, these are gangs, so to speak, that go all the way back to the 60s and 70s in Jamaica. That's why for them, when they seen cops in New York City walking around with 6 shooters and 9mm, they was laughing because they was shooting police in the face in Jamaica, and police had high-powered assault rifles.
Yes. Talk about that talk, yo. Oh man, he really kicking it now.
Yeah.
Just some real history, yo. Real history. Yeah, man. Yo,
Oh yeah, man.
you dropped it. You dropped it, man. I'm gonna change the
For all my
subject to
Brooklyn
after.
cats out there,
Yeah.
don't let me mention that spooky name. Don't let me talk about Tip Top in UK.
Wow. Come on.
Don't let me go into that history.
Come on.
Shout out to the big homie Tip Top.
Yeah, wow.
All right, man. But it's always an honor, man, to come through on your platform and be here to share in this information and to empower the next generation, man.
Indeed, man. Indeed. So you got some interesting, crazy, when we talked on the phone, I mean, I think it was a text. I was like blown away, man. I was like, yo, this is going to be some crazy stuff, man. Tell the craft room what was text and, you know, what you came to deliver today, man.
Oh, man. So I did my DNA finally for the first time. Even after many years of denying even the need to do it. I said, nah, I don't need to do my DNA for them to tell me where they stole me from. I know where they stole me from, West Africa.
Right.
But a lot of us don't know because we just be looking at maps. West Africa is big as hell. Nigeria and Ghana is big as hell. In fact, watch this, Killer Priest. Ghana is bigger than California, 4 to 5 times the size of California.
Wow.
But we're looking at Ghana on a map, and it looks small on the map next to Nigeria and all the adjacent West African countries. So we're not really understanding the land mass or the vastness of the land. Ghana is about 3 to 4 times the size of California. West Africa is big as hell. So us just thinking to ourselves, those of us who didn't do a DNA test yet, nah, I don't need to do the test because I know we came from West Africa. Nah, bro, West Africa is big as hell. Where in West Africa did you come from? And so I took the results of my test, my raw DNA sample that I got back from Ancestry, and I put it on a number of DNA websites, and they all aligned and said the same thing. And that's the reason why I took my DNA sample and did that, because, and I asked everybody, whoever took your DNA test, to make sure you do that, because some of these DNA tests out here, they are fugazi, like anything else.
Yeah.
You could get a bootleg to anything today, right? Yep. Even the DNA test, some of them is fugazi.
About money.
So if you really want to fact check your results, you take your raw DNA sample and you upload it on some of the major DNA websites that allow for that. And it's free, by the way. So when I took my raw DNA sample, Killer Priest, I think I should share my screen and show your audience what we're talking about.
Yes,
Go
let's
for
do
it.
That. Like, I do want to see this.
No, I'm just setting him up so he's all set. But yeah.
Yeah, Cat's on it.
All right.
Me too.
So we're going to start here. And so on Ancestry, my DNA showed 29% Nigeria, 22% Ivory Coast and Ghana, 19% Benin and Togo, 16% Cameroon, Congo, Western Bantu peoples, Mali, 11%, 2% Northwestern Europe, and 1% Khoisan, South Africa. And I said, damn.
Yeah, you
if I could be honest with you, brother, as I was looking at the DNA results, I had tears in my eyes. Because, I mean, for many of us, we never heard or seen anything like this before. To actually be able to pinpoint those regions in West Africa where we have a shared ancestry. And so I won't lie to you, man, as the results is coming out, I literally got tears going through my eyes. And I'm just sitting there, just wrapping my mind around what I'm looking at and the results. And then somebody hit me up because I shared my results online. It was like, yo, Zion, don't forget, take your raw DNA sample and share it through the other portals online, the other websites. So I said, oh yeah, that's right. So watch where things get interesting. As you can see, my email, zionlex@gmail.com. Even if I go back to the original screen, you see my screen name, Zion Lex. So this is my DNA.
Yeah.
If you come to my true ancestry, you see again, I'm in my account. That's my email up here, Zion Lex. And look at my genetic relatives. The Lemba,
yeah.
Bantu, Mandinka, Sub-Saharan, Yoruba, Southwest Bantu, Yoruban, Bantu, Southeastern.
Yo, that's hard.
But watch where things get a little bit more interesting. Because you can look at your PCA analysis and show your recent relatives and your past distant relatives.
Wow.
Do you see the first thing that's lit up on blue on your screen?
You make it bigger, man.
Because for those that could read,
Doom?
it says Ethiopian Jewish.
Wow.
And right below that, Ethiopian. And then my distant relatives, you see Egyptian, you see Mozabite, you see Moroccan, you see Yemen, and you see Jordanian.
Wow.
Jordanian is the land of Israel.
Wow.
Yemen, also adjacent to the land of Israel. Moroccan, North Africa. Egyptian? Say word. So I said, what the hell is that?
It's
about?
not coming from him. And let me say this straight. This is coming from the analysis, right? This is the result of wow.
This is my PCA analysis.
Good.
All right. So I said, yo, let me go deeper because the website can take you deeper into your ancestry. So I said, I want to know what else my ancestry shows. So I clicked on my haplogroup analytics.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh, this is dope. Oh, they could show me a royal Y-DNA breakdown? Word? What's that going to reveal? And look as I scroll down.
Yo.
100% connected to an ancient Egyptian ancestor.
That's it. Hold on. Wow.
100%. And I said, yo,
this is shocking.
This right here is something else, bro. This right here is something else. So I said, all right, let me
wait a minute. That's your oh man, this is crazy. Is that King Tut?
No,
just a
well,
pharaoh?
yes, this is King Tut's mask.
Right.
But this is not the Egyptian relative that I'm related to. They're actually going to tell me what royal Egyptian relative I have in my genealogy, in my gene pool.
Oh, this is getting better. Yeah,
and the mask is just to say that it's Egyptian.
Right.
But I'm going to take you into the other portal, and it's going to show you what Egyptian royal I'm connected to.
Okay.
And so we come out of haplogroup, and we now go into DNA Spotlight. And if you see right here in red, it says Egyptian mummies. So you click on it. And as you can see, I have a 14.282 sample match to an Egyptian nobleman from the Middle Kingdom period in Egypt, known as Khnum Neket. Khnum Neket. Khnum Neket in ancient Egypt served as a vizier to Amenhotep the third, as well as Amenhotep the fourth, also known as Akhenaten. Also known as Akhenaten. So I said, yo, this is crazy.
Wow.
Because not only is my DNA showing me that I have the Lemba, which is the Lemba tribe in South Africa.
That's crazy.
They represent a group of Blacks in Africa who identify as being Jews. They're known as the Lemba Jews. Among the Yoruba, you have a people known as Imo Yokwaim, or the strange ones. And that's what the indigenous people call them. They call themselves B'nai Ephraim, or the sons of Ephraim. And thus, they're known as the Yoruba Jews. So I show Yoruba in my lineage. And I also show Ethiopian Jews in my lineage. So me as an Israelite, I love seeing all that. But when I saw that I had a blood relative connection to an Egyptian vizier who served under Amenhotep III and Amenhotep IV, also known as Akhenaten, that blew my mind completely away. And so watch where it gets even more interesting, because these are not the only websites that I shared my DNA match with. And so now watch, we're now on Genoplot. And just to make sure everybody can see that this is my account, again, you can see.
They watching, they loading up, man. It's moving fast. Yo, they might have to call it. This is crazy.
This is crazy.
Yeah, this is
so
hard.
So as you can see, I just want to make sure everybody can see. This is my account. Again, you see Zion Lex. This is where I uploaded my DNA.
That's clear.
I'm going to click on the middle of the screen to pinpoint all the regions in Africa specifically that I have a DNA bloodline connection to. So watch when I click on the circle in the middle. The first thing that pops up, Bamoun. All right, Bamoun is right adjacent to Nigeria, by the way. So 90.6% Bamoun, 9.4% Libya, that's North Africa. 91.4% Bamoun, 8.6% Ethiopian Jews. 8.6% Ethiopians. 8.8% North African.
He's lining up.
8.6% Egyptian. 9% Algeria. 8.4% East African. 8.6% Egypt. 8% Morocco. 8.6% Moroccans. Watch when I turn the page. 7.8% Sahara. 9.6% Morocco. 7.2% Bedouin. 8.4% Yemenis. Again, that's Yemen. 18% Fulani. You know, the Fulani in West Africa are known to be a people who not only in their oral tradition, they say that they migrated from the land of Canaan, but even their DNA connects them to the land of Canaan. 7.2% Jordanian. Remember, Jordan is the land of Israel, the Jordan Valley. 6.6% Yemen Jew.
Wow.
7% North African Jews. All that's in my DNA, bro.
You're getting the bomb.
So after going through all this, it was mesmerizing. And it was one of those moments for me in my history where I had to really sit back and say, yo, we got to be careful of how we speak about our ancestors. We argue over religion and spirituality. We argue over Team Kemet, Team Israel, Team Moors, Team Moabite. And the reality is, you might have a little bit of all of them right inside your gene pool. And here you are arguing with somebody, and because you disagree with their views, you're talking about F Egypt, F Israel, or F the Moors. And you got all that in your gene pool. How crazy do you sound? And so one of the things that the results of this test gave me is a greater level of respect for our ancient African ancestors. Because one thing that was clear to me after taking this test is that when we speak of the ancestors and the idea that we are the next living generation, You have no idea how vast that definition is. The gene pool of Africans is immense. Remember, everybody's an African because everybody comes from an African. So when we as Africans start to argue and debate about our culture, our spiritual and religious views, at the heart of it all, don't forget that the ancestors quite literally walk with you. They're in your gene pool. They're in your blood. They're in your DNA. Watch how you talking about your ancestors.
Wow. Yo.
All right. So
Yo,
yeah, that was dope.
That was a schooling. Do you know how to break the percentage? The percentage, you got some of them higher than
Yeah.
yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know how it works, but I know what I've just seen.
Yeah. Crazy.
You can't knock that. That's
Yeah, that's cool.
That's hard. That's hard right there, yo. That's hard.
Crazy,
and it said Ethiopian Jews too. It said that. That's deep. So that's it.
Yep.
Hey, bro, that almost brought tears to my eyes, man. That was that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's heavy.
Yeah,
that's heavy.
And I'll be honest, man. When I saw all the Jew stuff, yeah, I was happy. I called myself an Israelite. But when I looked at that first test, and I saw all the regions in West Africa that my most proximal recent ancestors came from, man, I had a lake of tears streaming from my eyes, man, because in that moment, it brought me back to what may have been their experiences as they were literally being kidnapped and stolen from that land and forced into chattel slavery. Brought tears to my eyes because I love my people and I love my ancestors, and I know that we are the ancestors. And to see in my DNA and to be able to connect with my ancestors, that was a mind-blowing experience, man, that brought tears to my eyes. So again, for anybody that has never done their DNA test, man, go out and do your DNA test. For real. Because in many ways, it could be life-changing. But not to mention all the relatives that live very close to me that I was able to connect in my DNA tree and see that I have relatives. You know, so that's some of the benefits too, because, you know, you might be running around taking somebody out on a date. That might be your second cousin. You better go on Ancestry.com and make sure you're not dating your first or second cousin, homie. You know how many people out here, most people may not know who their third or even second cousin is, especially in the Black community, right? Because of our cultural disposition. But there's also some people that don't even know who their first cousin is, because some people weren't raised by either their father and some people weren't raised by their mothers. So one of the also important things about ancestry is you need to know who your damn relatives is. Because even if you taken, you don't want your son or your daughter going and having a child with somebody that might be on your ancestral tree as a very, very close blood relative.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, man. There's so many thoughts that's going through my mind right now. I was like, yo, wow, right about that, because you know, that's how we got in Brooklyn we have family all over the place.
All over the place, man.
Yeah,
all over the place. I literally got family all over the place, fam. Literally all over the place.
That's funny because before my pops passed, he introduced me to my sister. He was like, "Yo, I want y'all to meet each other," and I never even knew I had another sister. He said, "I want to y'all meet each other, just in case y'all don't, you know, nothing happened. Y'all meet each other on the street, just like what you were saying." And I end up talking to her, you know, and it'd be weird. So yeah, he took care of his business with that situation.
I actually went to high school with a dude that this happened to. He met a girl. He's from Brooklyn. He met a girl uptown. That was his blood sister, the sister of his father.
Wow.
Thank God nothing happened, because the moment he showed up to the house, her relatives knew who he was.
Wow. Gotta be on point. Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
For real.
Yo, so
Life could be crazy.
yeah. So it's like so for all y'all out there in the craft room, if y'all do it, I like the way you did it because you didn't just use one and they all lined up. That's what I seen. You use a couple of them and then they all lined up the same thing. You know what I'm saying? So that's like 99. I gotta put it 99, 99.9, like that. Word. So that's very, very, very not. In fact, maybe 100%. Word. Word. Adding it all up, man. That's very deep, man. Yeah. So cats can't beef now. You know, I'm talking to everybody out there in the conscious community. Yeah, I wanted him to do it. He went and he did it, and he read it right here live on the Podcraft. You know what I'm saying? It's like he did it. So there's nothing else to beef about on that point. You know, a lot of us don't take. And you know what? A thing about you, Zion, you take a lot of risks too. You go all out. Like you went and studied Kemet. You went and got it down packed. Dope. You know what I'm saying? And that takes a lot of guts, man. I just want to tell you that takes a lot of knowledge too to even go out there. We got one question from Spirit of Lack. He says that's a lot of percentage. What's the total? I don't know.
The percentage of what?
Of the percentages, I guess you was just dropping down.
Oh, so all right. I'm 98% African and 2% European. My DNA results show that I'm 98% African and 2% European.
Yeah, but you can see that.
That's a very, very high percentage of African. A lot of people that do their DNA tests, and especially among Black people, when you compare and contrast the tests, I've met people that said that they had like 84 or 83% African, or 16 or 14% European. And people in our community, we don't like that, because when we see that, we all thinking the same thing. That's the person that maybe raped our ancestor. And so a lot of us don't like seeing it on our DNA. But the reality is, it's on our DNA. And so when I realized in tallying up my DNA, I realized that I had a 98% connection with Africa and 2% connection with Europe. That was an amazing feeling to see that as well.
Crazy. That's dope, bro. 98%. That's a very high, yo. Very high. That's dope. Well, for people that says that, you know, he did, and what I like is he did a couple of them, so it all lines up, yo. That's crazy. So that all lines up. Yo, we was building on cause I know you do a little bit more than just go through the history. And like I was saying to you before, you know, you go into deep math and science of the scriptures and the Torah, and you could break down. You know what interests me? A lot of people would say, because I was dropping this song, what was it? Back to the Nebula. And some people caught that I said some of the words from the Kabbalah. And I know that you got scholarship in that zone, or tell us a little bit about Kabbalah. Kabbalah
I got over 20 years experience of learning the Kabbalah and living and practicing it. You could actually just look over to my bookshelf, and you can see some of the more Kabbalistic favorites in terms of text. I'll just walk over to my shelf and show you some. One of the most Kabbalistic texts that you will find out there is the Zohar, right? Of course, you know, because of my understanding of language, my copy of the Zohar is going to be completely in Hebrew/Aramaic.
Wow. And he reads it. Right.
So this is the Zohar. It was written by Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. It's also an esoteric work. But I'm not going to show you everything, but I will show you this. There's also an esoteric work known as Sefer Yetzirah. Sefer Yetzirah, which is known as the Book of Creation. And this is one of the most adept Kabbalistic texts that you will ever find. But I'm going to be controversial right now, and I'm going to say this. This right here is the Kabbalah.
What is that?
And what I mean by this right here is the Kabbalah. Let me open it up. These are actual scrolls from the Torah written entirely in Hebrew.
Wow.
All right. Anybody who studies Kabbalah, the first thing that they know is the term Kabbalah refers to the most deepest interpretation of the Hebrew Bible. The term Kabbalah, again, reflects the most deepest interpretation of the Hebrew Bible. And so the very word Kabbalah, when I have conversations with people about Kabbalah, the conversations are always interesting. Because the people I have conversations, they say things like this. Oh, you went to the Kabbalah, Zion Lex? Me too. I got the Kabbalah. I got it on Amazon. I got the Kabbalah. So you don't know the Kabbalah. Because anybody that knows the Kabbalah, they know that Kabbalistic learning and Kabbalistic teaching is reflected in the deepest way of analyzing the Torah in its esoteric form, which can be referred to as the Eitz Chaim, or the tree of life. Here you see a diagram of the tree of life with the sacred name of God presented linearly in the shape and form of a man. Remember, the Bible says that he creates man in his image. If you take the tetragrammaton, or the four-letter name of the creator, and you write it vertically, right? You can literally see the head, the arms, the torso, the body, the legs.
Good looking for that one. That was hard. At a bomb for that. Yeah.
So in Kabbalistic thought, the Eitz Chaim, or the tree of life that we read about in the Torah, it is not a literal concept at all. It is deeply allegorical. Deeply allegorical. And so if I could be as brief as possible with some of the explanations, yet very thorough, the word Kabbalah in itself is rooted in the Hebrew word Kabal, which means to receive. And I just want to point out to your listening audience what the implication of that first is. Because if the word Kabal, which comes from the word, which the word Kabbalah comes from, if that word means to receive, then it implies a giver. Because in order for it to be said that you receive something, it means that something was given to you. So the very term Kabbalah automatically entails there's no self-taught Kabbalists. You can't go on Amazon and read every single book that's entitled Kabbalah, and after reading it, say, I'm a Kabbalist. The very word Kabbalah implies initiation into this school of thought. You come into this knowledge because someone initiated you into this school of thought. And so by proxy, the very employment or usage of the term Kabbalah, it employs that something was handed over or given to you, because the word means to receive. That happens when someone presents something to you. So at the very core and base of the word Kabbalah, it implies that in order to come into this sacred knowledge, you are initiated. By the way, there is no ancient mystery system in the world that does not show in their literature that there is an initiation process to that person coming into that knowledge. You go into ancient Kemet, and we know about the mystery schools. And so when we talk about Kabbalistic learning, when we talk about the Kabbalah in general, allow me to share my screen to go a little bit in depth. You have a concept in the oral tradition with reference to the Kabbalah, recorded in a work known as Pirkei Avot. In the first chapter of Pirkei Avot, in describing Moses receiving teachings on Mount Sinai, the text opens by saying, Moshe kibel Torah mi Sinai, misara li Hushua, we Hushua liv kenim, uzekenim le neviim, uneviim mesora, le anshe keneset ha gedola. And what that means, and is translated as, Moses received the Torah from Sinai and passed it on to Joshua. Joshua to the elders, and the elders to the prophets, and the prophets to the men of the great assembly. You can't even say, and watch where things get interesting, Killah Priest. You can't even say Moses received the Torah in Hebrew without saying Kabbalah. Because the word for receive in Moses received Torah is kibel. That's this word here, which forms the root of Kabbalah. So in the oral tradition, it says Moshe or Moses kibel Torah mi Sinai. And he gives it to Joshua, Joshua to the elders to the prophets to the men of the great assembly. Question: isn't there a mode of transmission that is obviously missing? Because if this is a reference to the 10 commandments or the commandments in general, then you would expect that Moses gave it to the people. But you see, as it's worded in the oral tradition, the general populace of the people are not mentioned at all. The only people that are mentioned here are the elites. Joshua, who takes over authority after Moses leaves. Joshua passes it to the Sanhedrin, the elders. They pass it to the prophets, and the prophets pass it to the later great rabbis known as the men of the great assembly. What is the common sense idea presented in this very first sentence? It clearly shows that there's a certain body of knowledge along with the Torah that was given on Mount Sinai that Moses receives, but only shares with the guy that comes after him, Joshua, and which Joshua only shares with the Sanhedrin or the elders, and who they only share with the prophets. What we're talking about? A sacred mode of transmission of esoteric knowledge. Nowhere in the Bible does it go into intricate detail in delineating those things that were taught to prophets. The Bible alludes to what we call prophetic academies, which are sacred houses of learnings of prophetic instruction. But the Bible doesn't tell you what they learned in prophet school. The Bible doesn't go into great detail on those things which the priests knew, the priestly knowledge, in order to officiate in their office as priests. So then clearly, along with the commandments given, there's a sacred body of knowledge that's conferred upon Moses and transferred to him that he only transfers to the elites. In the oral tradition, this body of knowledge is known as Kabbalah. And essentially, or generally, it refers to a very in-depth interpretation of all of the aforementioned traditions. Specifically, it refers to knowing, understanding, and qualifying the divine acts of creation. So for instance, if you were to go into the Merkut Sabiat, the pyramid text mentioned in great depth, Killah Priest, and mind you, I also have that. The pyramid text mentioned in great depth about the intricacies of creation. One of the things discussed in the pyramid text are the Necharu's involvement in the acts of creation. The many manifestations of Re are expounded upon in the Merkut Sabiat or the pyramid text. The intricacies for how man is created, made, shaped, and formed are described as early as the pyramid text. The pyramid text even has a reference to the primordial mound, that sacred space that is believed to be that very point in this world where man's origin or where man has his origin. So in comparing and contrasting, I'm saying, when you look at these nation states of antiquity, they all possessed a sacred body of knowledge. And that sacred body of knowledge that they possess was not generally conveyed or communicated to the general populace. It was only communicated and conveyed to the elites among the people. And so at the base, the term Kabbalah refers to esoteric understanding of our natural physical world as well as the spiritual realm in general. Now, there are certain things that I'm going to skip over and not go into in detail because of my mode of understanding and knowing that when we're dealing with certain topics, certain things are best discussed behind scenes. And so most of what I teach on Kabbalah is a closed session. There are things that I speak about openly, but mostly what I talk about is a closed session. And so what I'll say is the diagram that we're looking at on the screen is akin to or similar to the same exact diagram you see me or you saw me holding up earlier. Because what we're looking at is referred to as the Eitz Chaim, all right? The Eitz Chaim, or the tree of life. So when we're thinking of the tree of life, especially from a literal perspective, people who read the Bible literally, and they read the story of Adam and Eve, they say, oh, Adam ate from a fruit and his wife ate first and she gave some to Adam and his eyes were awakened and he saw that they were naked and y'all lost his hell. Because that's not what they're talking about even a little bit. Because the word tree in Hebrew, which is eitz, is rooted in the Hebrew word eitzah, which means counsel or wisdom. I'm going to say it again. The word tree in Hebrew, which is eitz, A-T-Z, eitz, it's rooted in the Hebrew word eitzah, which means to take counsel or wisdom. So the Eitz Chaim, life, or the tree of life mentioned in the Bible had nothing to do with a tree ever. It's an allegory for something that is far more esoteric than it is exoteric. On the tree of life, you have 10 branches. The highest branch of the tree of life is what is described as Keter, or the level of the crown. The lowest level on the tree of life is referred to as Malchut, or kingdom. All right. These three modalities at the top, which is the crown, wisdom, and understanding, they relate to the divine psyche or the divine process, alluding to the unfolding of creation itself. Then we have chesed, or kindness, gevura, judgment, and tiferet. These 1, 2, 3, and then netzach, hod, yesod, and malkut, these 7 midot, or 7 attributes, they represent attributes that exist definitely or definitively within the psyche and soul of man. They also relate to the 7 days of creation. I don't intend, Killah Priest, to give a full and in-depth interpretation of Kabbalah here, to be brutally honest with you.
Right.
Because in my tradition, we treat this topic with the utmost level of sacredness. And so I could never openly, delve into the topic as much as I can.
Right.
But what I will tell you is there is an exoteric way of looking at the Bible, which is a literal way. There is also an esoteric way of looking at the Bible.
Indeed.
And what I would say is it's on the esoteric level of looking at the Bible that you see the commonality in all of the mystery systems of antiquity. In other words, Killah Priest, when you put 2 novices in the same room, the first thing that they want to discuss are their differences. I want to argue and debate about those things that we disagree on. I want to argue and debate on those things that makes me different from you. But what happens when you put 2 craftsmen in the same room? There's a language that we have that automatically lets us know that we are in the presence of our brother or among the brotherhood. You put 2 initiates in the same room, they don't seek to discuss the things that polarize them. They seek to discuss and relate those things that unify them. It is on the esoteric level of looking at the teachings of the Bible that you see the commonality of all of the spiritual systems. And rather than spending our time being fickle and silly, arguing over who we believe had it first, who we believe stole it, the real question is there a common ancestor to all of these sacred bodies of knowledge that all of these schools of thought are gleaning from? And when you check the historical record, there is certainly a common ancestor to the knowledge that all of these ancient nation states are gleaning from. And so what I've learned over the years, delving into the rich history of Sumer and its mythology, the rich history of Kush and its mythology, the rich history of Kemet and its mythology, the rich history of the Bible and its mythology, I've learned to see the commonality within them all. And when you see me on platforms debating people, I'm a natural debater. I come from a school of debating. I debate in college. I enjoy it. It's something that I like to do in my spare time. But as a person, I read and study everything. I can tell you right now, there's probably not a single subject matter in African history that you could mention right now and you could test me live that I can't go to one of my bookshelves and show you that I study. And so it's important for us as African people to have our fingerprint and our grip on the ancient understanding of our ancestors in order to connect the dots in seeing the divine archetype as it truly is. I am a person that believes that if the world could be compared to a divine enigma, or an enigma nonetheless, like a puzzle that you got to piece together and put together, then I would reason and argue that we all have nuggets and kernels of truth. We all have pieces of the puzzle. Some societies have a greater piece. Some societies have a lesser piece. And we arguing right now as to who has a bigger piece, when the reality is it takes even the smallest piece to make that picture perfect. So while we arguing that this one had it first and this one did it best, you can't see the perfect full picture presented in all of its pristine and brilliance unless all of the pieces of the puzzle come together and you're united as one. And so it's for that reason that I'm enjoying the space that I'm currently in, where I'm delving deeply in research into the ancient African mystery systems and already knowing that system that I come from, the Hebrew system, and connecting the dots and having amazing conversations with the grandmaster teachers behind the scenes. Because I'm not doing what everybody else out here is doing. I don't wake up thinking about which Kemetic teacher I'm going to destroy today. I'm getting phone calls from Baba Heru. Shout out to Baba Heru. He's a teacher. He's a priest. He's a person of great respect in our community. And me and him speak very often. And Fudiji is a person that I've spoken to. And we've had amazing conversations. You can even go on his YouTube page and see an over hour and a half long dialogue that me and Saber and Fudiji are having on the Medu Netra alone. This was right when I was going to join his class. Yes, and Fudiji's Medu Netra class. And so I'm one of those people that rather than argue, debate, and really hate each other for our difference of opinion, I really want to learn. I want to learn what it is that our ancestors lived and practiced. I want to be able to see through the lens of our ancestors the divine archetype in the ancient world and compare and contrast it to how we conceive of the divine today. And when you do that, you see great commonality in all of those traditions and all of those schools of thought. So again, just to surmise and give a very brief description on Kabbalah, Kabbalah represents the mystery system within the Bible or within the Torah. It's an esoteric way of looking into and understanding the intricate details of all of the teachings of the Bible. There's an exo and esoteric understanding to every single thing mentioned in the Bible. There is no story, no occurrence related in the Bible that does not have a surface meaning as well as an esoteric meaning. And in the Kabbalistic school of thought, we study the esoteric meaning.
That was tremendous and well put. Yo, yeah, that was, man. Zion, you be coming over here. I don't even know if you take the gloves off or put them on or I put the robe on. You be coming over here going in, bro. I love it. Yo, how can we, for cats that want to study the Kabbalah, how could they reach or go to your classes? Not just anybody's, yours. How will we sign up to your school? And
so I do Kabbalah classes, and you're right on time because I have a class tomorrow night. Every Thursday night at 8 p.m., we have a 2-hour class on Kabbalah. Yeah. The class that we're holding this Thursday is a very, very powerful class because we're going to talk about with great detail the very concept that I held up and alluded to today. We're going to talk about the Eitz Chaim, but I'm not just going to talk about it from the vantage point of the Bible and the Torah, because I'm also going to open up the Kemetic texts and show you the Eitz Chaim in their literature as well.
Wow.
Remember, novices look to discuss that which differentiates and polarizes them. Initiates discuss those things that bring us together and unify us. So my email is zionlex@gmail.com. And if anybody's interested, I can certainly be reached at that email. The class that I already have has 30 plus students, and we welcome more. It's a 2-hour session. I've been going for now almost 2 years straight, and we have some extremely powerful dialogues that I would never hold on YouTube, but they powerful as hell.
Yo, the first symbol, I just want to add on to what you were showing in the body of the tetragrammaton. The top almost looked like a flame if you look at it. And when you showed Ketha on that, I was like, yo, you can't look at things on the surface. And we all got to look at that. Like, go ahead.
It's funny you should say that because, all right, so in the oral tradition, the name of the creator is relative to the Torah. Okay? There are several places in the Bible that allude to the Torah collectively being synonymous with the name of the creator. And so in Kabbalistic thought, we say that the Torah was written, and anybody can Google this, by the way, so you can see that what I'm presenting is actually taught in the oral tradition. But it's taught that the Torah was written with black fire on white fire. And the apex on the yod of the tetragrammaton is certainly significant of a black flame. Wow. And usually when you see this kind of outline of the Sefirot or the Eitz Chaim, it's usually against a white background. Wow. It just so happens that the artist that drew this for me, and shout out to my brother Yael Ezra Ben Lewi, but it just so happens that the artist that drew this for me, he put a blue background, and that was also by design because in the ancient world, lapis lazuli, that hue and color of blue represents the divine realm. So as the brother made this image for me, I specifically asked him to make sure that he puts it against a blue background. The fringes that Israelites wear have to have, by Torah law, a cord of blue in them. When you go into ancient Kemet and ancient Sumer, you see on the eyes of many of the Sahu, the mummies, you see blue in their eyes. And they did not have blue eyes. But lapis lazuli represents divine wisdom in the ancient world. And so by encasing the eyes in it, it represents seeing the world through the eyes of the divine, or i.e. seeing and perceiving the world through wisdom. So it's interesting that you made the connection of the apex on the yod being in the shape and form of a flame.
Beautiful. Man. I know, yo. Zavi going in. Man, because you leave, I mean, you answer a lot of questions. I got a quick question for you. And it's going to be a little bit, I'm actually a Hebrew word for bee, because I was looking at the bees, you know what I mean? Because we dealing with geometric shapes and stuff, and I'm into that. And what's the Hebrew word for bee? Because I know even when you look on the wall, I'm talking about the actual insects, the bee. So when you look at it, and I know you know how to speak Hebrew fluently.
There's a number of words that are employed, but go ahead.
Yeah. So when you look on the wall, because I love the geometric shape that the bee constantly makes inside of their comb. Like that right there is only like a geometric power that, you know, a supreme power that makes them make the same shape. And we all feed off of that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, what the Hebrew word for bee?
Okay, that you could take that a number of ways because there's different types of bees, but the most basic way, and is also significant of a biblical character, is a woman by the name of Deborah. All right, so in the book of Judges in the Hebrew Bible, there's a woman, a matriarch, whose name is Deborah, right? The bee, the honeybee, not just bee, but the honeybee. Her title that the Bible gives her is a very powerful title.
Mm.
She's a married woman, Killah Priest.
Honeybee. Yeah.
But before the Bible tells us that she's a married woman and tells us who her husband is, the Bible says that she is a prophetess.
Mm.
She's a woman that speaks prophecy, and she's a judge.
Come on, ladies. Step your game up, ladies. I know y'all. Go ahead.
And so we're going to have to really think about that then, Killah Priest, because I went to school for law, but obviously didn't graduate for law. I went to John Jay College. My intention in going to John Jay College here in New York City was to become a lawyer. Right? I have a family member that's a lawyer. I have another family member who's a lawyer and whose father is a judge. And so, and one of my uncles teaches at John Jay College here in New York City, which is why I attended the college as well.
Right.
And so what's interesting about all of that is there's a lot that goes into becoming a judge. If you speak with someone who ever took the state bar to become a lawyer, they would tell you that there's a lot of shit you gotta learn. You gotta skip all them nights of partying. You gotta turn down all them invites to any gatherings. Going to school to obtain a law degree and passing the state bar is no joke. Could you imagine how much more to become a judge? Judges have to master case laws that in a lot of cases can go back 40, 50 years. They have to be familiar with all of the legal codes, both current and past, in order to compare and contrast to pass a judgment or to adjudicate a matter. So what I'm saying is, it's no light thing when someone is called a judge, because the first thing a judge must do is master the body of law, the law of the land, which requires a lot of wisdom. And a lot of people like to say, oh, the Bible's misogynistic and, you know, women were marginalized. Check again. Deborah is a prophetess, and the office of prophets in the ancient world is akin to being a priest in many ways. I'm going to say that again. The office of prophet in the ancient world is akin to being a priest. So in some cases, in some sense, you can describe her as a priestess, as controversial as that might sound. And so the Bible calls her a judge and a prophetess, and the inference is there that she may even function in some sense as a priestess. And her name, Deborah, literally means the honeybee. And what's also interesting about her name is that the term Debor or Daber in Hebrew,
I like that name,
means to speak.
Mm.
It represents speech. And so when you correlate honey, which is both sweet and healthy, to speech, you learn something.
Mm-hmm.
In our tradition, in the Hebrew tradition, we speak of something called Lashon Hara, or Lashon Hara, or the evil tongue.
Mm.
And the emphasis is that no matter what ancient school of thought you go to, all ancient peoples believed in their mythology that speech was the tool of creation. You go to the creation story of Ptah, who speaks the world into existence in the Egyptian literature. You go to the Bible, where it's recorded, Waidaber Elohim, and God spoke. Why Yomer Elohim, and God said, Yehi or, why Yehi or, light be light, or let there be light. As far as the Bible is concerned, speech is the tool of creation. That's an interesting concept, right? Because you go over to the Pythagoreans, and the Pythagoreans say sound or vibration is the basis of all things that exist. Nothing exists except that it correlates to a very specific sound or vibration. That's interesting, because the way that you're able scientifically to perceive things as sight versus hearing is dictated or predicated upon vibration. So sight is perceived in our psyche to some extent based on a certain very high level of vibration. Same thing with hearing. It's based on vibration. And so even among the Pythagoreans, sound, speech, or vibration is the basis of all things that exist. And so once you know that speech is creative, you have to be careful of the things you say. You can speak your future into existence. You can speak your present demise into existence. So if speech is creative, that means the correct use of speech can bring things into your life. And the incorrect use of speech can shatter and decimate your life. And so in our culture, and this is also the culture of Africa, and in particular West Africa, great attention is made and emphasis is made on being careful of the words that leave your mouth. You can take the term abracadabra. Let me share my screen, Killer Priest. I want to show something to the audience. Abracadabra is a Hebrew word. And it's highly telling when you break it down in Hebrew. The first part of the word abracadabra is the Hebrew word abore. Abore. If you want to say create in Hebrew, it's bore. If you prefix that with an aleph, that's the first person future tense, which means I will. So abara means I will create.
I give it.
Then you have the word ka, which means as. Then you have davra, speech. Abore kadavra means I will create as I speak. Speech is a powerful tool in the mouth of man. It can reward you or it can punish you. Be careful how you use it. It's your choice.
Yo, just to add on to what you're saying, they say that you can speak things into existence. That's like the norm, what they're saying now. And sometimes you can write down, and they're coming from your thoughts into existence. And sometimes if you listen to a lot of the very wealthy people on the planet, they always have these little sacred meetings or seances, and they tell you what they do, like your Elon Musk or TED Talk, if y'all watch TED Talk, and they tell you the same science that you're dropping about speaking it into existence. And it sort of like all relates.
That's a fact. I love drawing comparisons to Kemet. So let's walk to Kemet, right? Imagine we have the judgment scene. The soul of deceased is being judged at the hour of death. And the soul is found to be innocent. The heart is light. So the person is declared innocent. In the words of the Medu Neter, in the words of Kemet, a person who was declared innocent after their soul is judged in the afterlife is said to be Ma'al Keru. Ma'al Keru. Ma Keru. True of voice. And it is through the ability to become true of voice that gives that ancestor access to the afterlife. And so it's important, no matter where you take me in African culture, on the correct use of your speech as a modality of navigation, not just in the physical realm, but even in the spiritual realm. And this is a very important point because in our community, we truly abuse speech. And a lot of that we get from our interaction with the West. Because I know for a fact, you go to parts of Africa and they're not doing what we're doing. We waking up, looking at the phone, talking about what this nigga want. We waking up on the phone talking about, look at this thought on Instagram, shaking it for the gram. We wake up with negative thoughts and negative speech all day, every day in our community based on our paradigm and social conditions. Mainly those social conditions within our paradigm created by our disenfranchised position that we occupy and hold in this community. So we are victims of our environment. But you choose always to be a victim. Nah, that's not fair, Zion. You know, somebody might get the drop on you, you a victim. We read stories every day, like the little black girl that chewed her way right out of her arms being in bondage and freed herself from a white family that kidnapped her. That little black girl chewed her way out of it. Even being a victim is a choice. Because the one choice you always have in life, apart from resisting and giving up, is to fight. And so going back to this idea of the African conception of the correct use of speech and its ability to not only open gates and portals in this realm, but even opening gates and portals in the realm outside of this realm. And let's be clear, I'm not afraid to say this. We are the ones that birth spirituality in this world. So as Black people, as African people, I am never afraid to speak of the spiritual realm. It is our ancestors that gave that wisdom to the world. No matter what is pushed in modern science today, I will always stand on the shoulders of my ancestors. And so I speak right now in this moment from a place of great surety and confidence in knowing that my speech helps in part for me to traverse and navigate not just this physical realm that we can see, this finite realm, but even that realm which is metaphysical, beyond the physical world. And I think as Black people begin to relate to their ancient customs and traditions and employing those cultural practices, we would make a greater connection with that divine reality that is ever pervasive in our present now.
Well put. Well put. Yo, man, speaking, see, this is what I'm saying. Having dialogue is real when you start talking about real stuff and looking at it beneath the surface as you're doing. Too many people, we sit on the surface a lot. And that's why we don't get a good understanding of what's going on, because we already based on one way of doing things. What do you feel about that? How do you see that? And you know, through your knowledge, I mean, you're a teacher, so it's like, what will help you grow through that? I'm just ask you a basic question.
As you asked me that question, I'm going to share my screen once again because I seriously want to show you something.
AD.
And so let me do this real quick. I want you, Killer Priest, in a couple of moments to, as I put it on the screen, I want you first to look behind me. I'm gonna move out the way.
Indeed.
Do you see this painting right here?
Yeah.
I'm going to put it on the big screen in a couple of moments, but I just want to make sure that you see that I actually have it. So what I'm about to reference is something impactful that I encountered a while ago. This piece, the artist, his name is Conrad. He's an African. He sells paintings downtown Brooklyn. The paintings that he sells, many of them, he produces them right on the spot. This painting is known as the human chessboard. And the word human in this context is spelled Hueman, as in the color, human chessboard. Notice, Killer Priest, that we've been speaking for the last 20 minutes about the ability to see greatness in one another when we sit down and not polarize one another with our differences. But if you notice, there's several people in the chat room that enjoy polarizing, pointing out differences, and demonizing us for those differences. As Conrad handed me this painting, he explained it to me. He said, brother, I want you to look at this painting really, really close. And so I'm going to blow up the screen for you guys. And he said, do you see on each opposite ends, there is a light-skinned couple and a dark-skinned couple? I said, yes. And he said, okay, they're playing against each other. Do you realize that? I said, oh shit, that's right. Yeah, they're playing against each other. He said that the dark-skinned people has dark-skinned people as pieces playing for him, and the light-skinned couple has light-skinned people as pieces playing for them. And sure enough, I looked and I said, you're right. And he said, I want you to notice that while they're playing on a chessboard, they're actually sitting on a chessboard.
Oh, wow.
Oh shit, that's right. And he said, let me tell you something.
Wow.
When I drew this picture, it's based on the understanding of our reality as Black people, because this system is designed to pit us against each other, all the while us fighting one another is playing right into their hands. And so that's why I have the light-skinned Black couple playing against the dark-skinned Black couple on a chessboard, all the while the entire game, even the Black people, are sitting on a greater chessboard.
Ooh. That's hard.
Oh, shit. And I said, he said, look to the right. He said, do you see that there's one light-skinned brother on the right lying down sleeping and another dark-skinned brother on the right that's sitting down? I said, yeah. He said, notice that sometimes it's the righteous people among us, and by righteous, he said, they're not on the board. These two Black men, one light skin and Black, they represent our people who don't wish to play the game. But notice that they're sleeping on the job. He said, even the greatest among us that don't give into the system, that have the power to help liberate us in mind, who are not on the chessboard playing into the oppressor's hand, even they sleeping on the job. And he said, I want you to look at the hour clock, and I want you to notice that time is running out. He said, I want you to follow the chessboard from the hourglass and notice that it seems to go down a hall that never ends. Because in order for white supremacy to exist and stand eternal and reign eternal, it is predicated upon us fighting one another. That's why the board goes on forever. And then he said, I want you to look up. Look at the steps.
Yeah.
He said, look at the top of the steps. He said, that's your ancient ancestors who are ever present looking down at you. He said, you can see right now that there's an ancestor that's coming down with another ancestor in his hands. And he's here to show you what happens to you when you die. And as he's laying lifeless, unable to participate or contribute, he said the message is, this person as a dead person in the arms of someone coming down the steps is symbolic of, remember one thing, while you have the breath of life, you have the power to fight and change your social condition. But when you die, you cannot contribute on any level. And he said, finally, I want you to look down this hall at the black couple that is walking towards the pyramids. He said, this is our ancestors who are rightfully telling us that, remember, we always have choices. So if you notice, the path that they're walking on is completely void of checkers, black and white. They have completely nullified the chessboard and they have graduated and gone on. And he said, guess what that represents? That represents the false notion of our people that we can achieve our own success by just separating ourselves from the masses and going into some spiritual epitome where we're enjoying this great spiritual bliss of life while our people are still fighting each other. He said that represents false hope and false pride under the guise of, well, I'm gonna just do me and worry about my family. All the while negating to come back and actively participate in the liberation of your people.
Man, that's true. At some point, yeah, exactly. At some point.
As you can see, it's called the human chessboard.
Right. Human chessboard. Yeah, at some point, yeah, exactly. That was beautiful, Zion. At some point, gotta have some type of peace. That's what he's talking about. I'm talking to the whole craft room, yo. Gotta have some type of peace. And what you said was right. I see. Let me see what I learned in WA. Yeah, but we in here building, man, and we up on a level. Jimmy B, I see you out there. Gotta remember that this brother has been teaching for a very long time, very long, and well spoken and known throughout the conscious community and throughout just black people, just period, and in Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? So let's have a little bit more of respect, because you never know when you're ever gonna get this again. You know what I'm saying? You have a chance to get back, sit down, learn something, to move forward, and that's what it's about. It's about, isn't it? Somebody said it. So, see, if you gotta start looking at things. I see there's therapy that's need. Yeah, we need therapy. That's why I always say it. We need therapy. As a people, we need deep therapy, because we can't get out of the way that our perception and our reaction and our heart we put on things. Like when the brothers speak peace and you keep catching yourself getting ready to, I can't see that. I can't see that. I can't see that. Don't ever be scared for therapy, because you may need it. I mean, it could be anybody that talk to you. I mean, it could be the old man with the long beard. It could be a girl. It could be homies, homeboys. You just need at some form of time to be in your life where you could catch peace, and that's where you learn to grow. at that time. And when a brother is sitting here and showing you that, you can't see. See, that goes back into they have eyes and see not, or darkness. Well, how it goes? The light comprehended not, or the darkness comprehended light not. You have to be able to comprehend. Be willing to open up to new ideas in order to grow. These are seeds. How are we going to do that? By pissing on the seed that's just down there. You got to let the rain flow. Everything's an ebony flowing things. And so what you're hearing now is growth. It may be new, maybe something, it shake a little bit of you, but it's growing. It's called growth. That's what it is. It's called growing pains. We have to allow ourselves to do that. Other build. Proceed on, man. This is the therapy that we need.
Therapy. And so, what I say in closing on, speaking towards the unification versus the polarization of our people, if I could leave the audience with a lasting thought, the difference between a novice and an initiate. A novice is a beginner, or someone who's beginning a path of spiritual and intellectual enlightenment. Any person that is beginning any endeavor is described as a novice. An initiate is someone deeply steeped and immersed in that which is sacred, esoteric, and brings enlightenment. And so the major difference between a novice and an initiate is that a novice wants to discuss those things that polarize us, those things that demonize and separate us. Because the reality is, what a lot of people do and are completely unaware of it when we're speaking is, every time you speak, whether you're aware of it or not, every time you interact with others, whether you're aware of it or not, you're actually projecting your subconscious psyche. And so if everything that leaves your mouth is negativity, but you hold that you're a positive person, well, the reality is you wish to be positive, but you're projecting negativity. And so an initiate, being a person that has walked into navigating their own self, because even as it is recorded on the walls of the entrance of the temples in Kemet, the most important thing for man is to know thyself. And so in navigating, first and foremost, knowledge of self, which requires that you know and assess your own character. How do you make adjustments to character? How do you adjust your character and better your character if you don't acknowledge where you may be poor in character? And so when you have people who are constantly assessing their character, well, that's the definition of what we call mental growth. And so it then follows that if we are living out every single year the same poor character and the same poor behavior, then we are mentally retarded. We have stunted our growth mentally, spiritually, and intellectually. And so again, my lasting thought is to just leave the impression that while a novice focuses on the things that polarize and distance us, initiates focus on those things that enlighten and unify us.
Beautiful. We got a couple of questions before. Okay, is this the only two or someone above that? Okay, all right. Terrence Phillips says, "Priest, why do I people? I think he means our people keep us keep up so much BS instead of getting the message? And when A.A. Rashid coming back?" Okay, it's two questions. First part is answer to that. Why do we? Because we've grown accustomed to it. We think that's the only way to handle things. It's hard to try new things of trying to be try a peaceful route or a more calm route, and we react off emotions and we react too quick. In order to grow, we don't sit and think about things. We off emotion, and once emotions rule you, make a lot of mistakes. That's why a lot of us always say things. Yo, man, I just flipped out. I don't know. Something came over me. I did something, and there's a lot of regret, and then it comes with a lot of stuff, and then a lot of things that we do, we just jump to it. But if we pause for a minute and think about things before we do it instead of react, I think it would be a different outcome. Our people was geared and we wasn't created. I don't want to put that on us, but we became emotional driven. That's the problem with that. Hey, Rashid can come back anytime he want. I don't know. I seen him the other day. I mean, the door's always open for him to come back through. We tried it on the Saturday, and he'll definitely be coming back. Okay, Brooklyn. Next question is Brooklyn Bless. He says, besides the Torah, Tanakh, or the Apocrypha, what other books would you? This for Brother Zion. It said, what other books would Brother Zion recommend for the biblical study? Shalom.
Well, I would definitely recommend a Hebrew dictionary. In fact, an etymological dictionary. I would recommend the complete works of Josephus. I would recommend owning an Aramaic dictionary because there's a lot of parts of the Bible that's also written in Aramaic. So I'm a person that's very, very big on reading a language or reading a text in its original language and form. That's very, very important. So whenever I study the Bible, I'm reading it in its original language. When I look at the Runu Pert Emheru, the chapters for the coming forth into the light, misnomered the Book of the Dead, I'm reading it in the Medunetia. And so I think it is important that while studying these ancient systems, it's equally important to want to learn the language it was originally conveyed and transmitted in, because a lot of things get lost in translation. There's a lot of concepts discussed in Kemet that are best crystallized and understood in Reni Kemet, the language of Kemet, the mouth of Kemet, all right? There's things spoken in the English Bible which are best understood from a Hebrew perspective. Like there are various idiomatic thoughts, ideologies, terminologies, or phraseologies which are conveyed in these texts that is completely aloof or lost to you simply because you cannot connect with those idioms through its original language. And so it's important on many levels that when studying any ancient text, you also seek to learn that language. Is a very, very important idea.
All right.
Shout out to okay, that's a Vinny. Black Lodge is in the building. Shout out to him. Shout out to Voltage. I seen y'all, the architects of the craft room, and plenty others that's up in there. I mean, you know, some type of meditation class is not hard either. Meditation will help a lot. You know, some form of I don't care if it's martial arts, anything that'll calm you down and get you in some type of flow, you know, where you could just flow and learn the ways of Tai Chi, you know what I'm saying, or something like that. I saw some of y'all are still like, you know, this and that. Just calm down and you're learning something. I know you unfamiliar, but sometimes that's how you grow, man, when you're unfamiliar for things. It's a little different, you know?
That's a fact. And in reference to what you just said, my dad would always say, anything that causes the heart rate to accelerate or the lungs to breathe deeply is exercise, right? If your lungs, you know, deep inspirations and expirations, you're breathing deeply, that's exercise. You know, your heart rate is going, that's exercise. The same thing can be said with regard to meditation, except the opposite. Anything that brings you to a state of perfect tranquility and peace, that's meditation. And so there are many ways that one can enter into what we call meditation. The first thing to understand about meditation is that there's a goal. And so the goal of meditation is spiritual liberation. I'm going to say that again. The goal, Goal, of meditation is spiritual liberation. There's many ways that a person can attain to that tranquil spiritual estate. In the ancient world, what's discussed are various methods of breathing. When you go into the Vedic records of ancient India, they talk about various breathing exercise and techniques for breathing. Some of that is also discussed in ancient Kemet. The Bible employs more than 10 words for meditation. So when you type in the word meditation in English in any Bible app search, you're going to see how many times that the word meditation appears. But if you were reading it in the Hebrew, you would see that there's 10 different words at least that the Bible employs for meditation. And so all of these different words allude to different levels of meditation. One of the most basic ideas of meditation is to self-isolate, right? In order to maximize the potential to bring yourself to a state of inner tranquility and peace, you may have to self-isolate. So as a novice, as a beginner in meditation, the first thing that a novice will do is seclude themselves in their environment, go in a room by themselves, or go somewhere out in the mountains or in the hills or in the forest, somewhere where they're alone. They self-isolate. But by the time you really begin to master meditation, you could have a perfect meditation in the middle of a football stadium during the Super Bowl. That's a very high and advanced level of meditation. I'm going to say it again. When you reach a very high level of meditation, you can achieve that level in the middle of a football stadium during the Super Bowl. And so one of the more referenced points to meditation is something referred to as mantra meditation. When you take a word or a phrase and you repeat it continually until you separate yourself in thought from everything, until the only thing you can hear is your breathing. And at the point where your breathing begins to amplify and sound as if you're in a stadium, you are successfully entering into a deeply meditative state. The first gate of meditation is to experience hearing your breathing very audibly. It sounds really, really loud. The book of Ezekiel, chapter 1, if I could drop this gem, is referred to in the oral tradition as Ma'aseh Merkava, which translates loosely as the account of the chariot or the setting up of the chariot. It's shared in the oral tradition that Ezekiel chapter 1 conveys and has encoded within it the keys for meditatively entering that state of divine experience, which we refer to as prophecy. And so you can actually find in various verses in that text and chapter mantra meditation. You can see the self-isolation, which we call in Hebrew hit bodedut. Baded means to separate or isolate, and the hit pa'el verb stem means to cause something to happen to yourself. So hit baded or hit badedut refers to self-isolation, the act of being consciously involved in separating yourself either in act, physically, or in thought from everything in your environment. And the more you begin to practice this, the more you begin to get a deeper sense of you're not here alone. And by that, I mean, my teacher once said to me, and I'm speaking about a philosophy teacher in college. He said to me once, close your eyes and tell me what you see. And I said, black static. And he said, okay, I want you to go and meditate. And if you see me, 20 or 30 years from now, I want to have a discussion 20 years removed about the things that you see. I said, what the hell are you talking about? He said, you know how we talk about people who are under the influence of psychedelic drugs and they're seeing things and they're having experiences which are not sound and mentally healthy. And yeah, what you talking about, bro? Well, what I'm saying is on a very, very advanced level of meditation, you become very aware that the physical environment that you find yourself in is continually filled with spiritual entities. And so, of course, that sounds crazy to anybody hearing that. But for African people who are well aware of our connection to the spirit realm and the spiritual dimension, we know that it is a fact that the spiritual realm, as it were, is right here. And the people who are able to tap into it are the people we usually describe in literature as having gifts. And so meditation taps into that ability to first connect with the divine that dwells within you and the divine reality that is ever pervasive around you.
Beautiful. We're growing right here today, y'all. And y'all learned something today. This is growth. This is mental growth. This is self-growth, self-awareness. Real teachers can go into all levels of zones, not just history, but they are also going to of self-healing. And that's why I started with that, because a lot of our people definitely need self-healing. And dealing with emotional things and about growth. That's what it is. Meditate. And for my etymology cats out there, listen to the word meta. You know what I mean? You can pull that from ancient Egypt. You know?
Emotional damage.
So if you want to grow and you want to build the pyramid within you, and you want to put the blocks and the steps in there, and you want to go ahead and build up self and have this self-awareness, and you want your Merkaba to start spinning, you want to be in this zone, it starts with patience and openness and awareness. These are, man, you could get, listen, me and Zion, we're not getting paid for this. It's not like we sitting inside of a temple with incense burning. You getting this for straight off the top. This is on the house.
Right.
Usually, you have to come and we have on sandals with the white beard and with the man buns, with Hawaiian shirts, charging you $2,500 a session. I'll come out, he'll come out. You know what I mean? And y'all be sitting, but you getting this on the house. That's because at the end of the day, it's about the 4-letter word LOVE.
That's a fact. I had a. If I could say this to you, I had a brother reach out to me from London, and he's from the Kemetic school of thought, and we had a dope conversation on my phone. He heard me speaking with another brother from the UK on Clubhouse, and he emailed me and asked me would I jump on the phone and have a conversation with him, and I had the time, so I said sure, let's jump into it. And so we talked about a number of things about the ancient ancestors, the ancient world, and our modern social condition and how we're disenfranchised wherever you find us in the world as Black people. And it was just a really, really powerful dialogue for two Black men to have, separated by so much land and so much water. And he said to me, Zion, after talking with you, man, I realized that what I thought about you is not true. In having a conversation with you, I got to see a lot more about you. He said, oftentimes we make judgments, especially based on dialogues where we find things that people say that are disagreeable to us. And so as human beings, when we're accustomed to or trained to think that because I disagree with a person's paradigm, that must in some sense equate me disliking or hating them, it polarizes us. And he said, after talking to you, man, I have so much more respect for you. But he said, I still got to ask you this, Zion, because you dropped some jewels on me, brother. You dropped so much information in this conversation. How can a black man as smart as you, Zion, pray to God? He said, come on, brother. You got to be smarter than that. That's the mystery God. We don't, our ancestors didn't really pray to God. We are God. And I said, oh, really? I said, this is why I teach a Hebrew class. I said to him, the Hebrew word for prayer is heat palal. The heat part means to do something to yourself or cause something to happen to yourself. And palal, as the word for prayer in Hebrew, it also means to judge. So here's the first thing that we're doing when we're praying. We're judging ourselves. Because every time you open your mouth to pray, the reality is the person that you're communing with is you. So from a Hebraic perspective, prayer is seen as self-judgment. I also said to him, the word hit palal literally means to pray to yourself. The Hebrew word for prayer literally is defined as a person who is praying to themselves. What do you mean praying to myself? Because the God that I relate to, the God that I connect with, he's so great that he's not just in me, he's also in you. I know that. But the God that I connect with lives within me. I am an aspect of that Godhead. While I am not God, I am an aspect of God, and in that respect, I am God. It's akin to a rock in a mountain. You can take a rock from the mountain. The rock is not the mountain, but it certainly is an aspect of the mountain. You can compare the two in some sense, but in terms of size and scale, this is the rock and this is the mountain. And so in Hebraic thought, when we pray, we are judging ourselves and we are praying to ourselves because we realize that the God that we serve is an aspect of our own consciousness and existence.
Self-reflect. All right, brother. Man, we go back. Yeah, this is beautiful. I mean, oh man, this was. I've been getting texts, man. This is what's needed. This was needed. I love the way this turned into, what it turned into, building, and that's what we used to do back in the days. You have any more information for us? Great Zion Lex.
I got a museum tour this Sunday at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, located at 1000 Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. The tour is from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. There's an entirely new hall in the Metropolitan Museum of Art that is entirely dedicated to this great African ancestor. The illustrious, the grand Sheikh Anta Diop. And so for the first time in the history of America, inside of the biggest museum in America, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, we have an entire hall dedicated to this man. It's known as the Sheikh Anta Diop Hall. The subtitle is The African Origins of Civilization. And so I'm doing a tour at the Met Museum. This is now going on almost 35 tours in at the Met Museum. The tour is this Sunday from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. We'll be going through the Egyptian exhibit, which is a huge, huge exhibit, really, really huge, really, really big. We're going to be going through, I can't say Africa, even though I mentioned Egypt. The museum separates Egypt from Africa, and intelligent people know that that's by design. But the Africana Hall is closed until 2025 because it's getting an over $11 million makeover, which is much needed. So we'll be going into the Hall of Egypt. We'll also be going into Mesopotamia, but we will focus on the Sheikh Anta Diop African Origins of Civilization Hall. That's going to be a powerful, powerful tour. When I'm on a tour, we're not just talking about the items, but we're reading them. So we attract a lot of people. As Saber Reggie could tell you, on my tour, we're reading the Medu Neter inscriptions for everything that we're looking at, which makes for a more impactful tour. The museum has well over 30 to 40 tour guides, but as again, Brother Reggie could tell you, not a single tour guide in the Met Museum can read the Medu Neter. So when people like myself, Dr. Reggie, and the great Saber Mfudiji, when we walk through the Met Museum, if we come with our own private tour of 20 people, by the time we get 5 minutes into the Egyptian hall and they see us reading that Medu Neter, that 20 people turns into 40. You damn near got 50 people crowding around you, staring, because nobody is in there reading the Medu Neter. So it's a very, very powerful tour.
Well, man, that's great. That's great. But I want to give I just got this message, so I want to give a RIP to Doc Ock. Yeah, I don't know that brother. I don't know if it's BK or what's the name, but I know he put a lot of cats just reading his message. I was like, wow, can't believe that. He put a lot of underground hip hop on the scene back in the days. Heard he passed away. Bad news. Word. Yeah, man. That's heavy. Yo, how could we attend that and go on that
again, man, y'all could email me at zionlex@gmail.com. It's my name is spelled just as you see it behind me. Zion Lex with 2 X's.
And for those at home,
gmail.com.
We have the link to Zion Lex information in the description, his website, his Instagram, his YouTube, and his email.
Thank you very much, brother. I appreciate that.
Go ahead.
We've got a super chat here from someone named Menkempera the Great. He says, when is you going to start Pan-African classes?
It's a great question. I don't know. I teach Pan-African history already in my history classes, but I just labeled the classes ancient history. I haven't named it Pan-African. So I'm already teaching Pan-African information in my history class, but I haven't labeled the history class a Pan-African history class. But I do teach Pan-African history.
We got another one popped up here from Gloss. He asks, Zion Lex, on Google Maps where Egypt is identified, what language is Egypt written in?
I'm not even sure how to approach that question. On Google Maps where Egypt is identified, what language is Egypt mentioning? What is he referring to?
I'm not sure if am I reading that right? Zion Lex on Google Maps where Egypt is identified. Then he put a period. What language is
Africa?
Egypt written in?
What got me on that?
What language is Egypt written in?
It sounds like a riddle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Come on, let's get some more powerful questions. All
right, go ahead. If I can share my screen, I'll show you Egypt in the Medu Neter. Would you mind me doing that?
Let's take a break.
Go for it.
Before I bring on us.
All right. All right. On the screen, this is the word for Kemet. Egyptian hieroglyphs or the Medu Neter is read from the direction that the scenery is facing. And by scenery, I mean the animals, humans, and anything in nature. The direction that they're facing is the direction that we read from. And so with this, we're reading from the far left. From the far left, you have the crocodile back, which is the biconsonantal glyph K, M, or Kem. And that's where we get the connotation of dark or black in the word Kemet. It comes from this right here. Some Egyptologists refer to this as a charcoal. So Egyptologists are divided as to whether or not this biconsonantal glyph KM is either a crocodile back or a charcoal. Most people argue and reason that it's a charcoal because of the connotation of black. Then you have the owl, which represents M as in Mary or Mark. And so the biconsonantal glyph, and by biconsonantal, I mean two consonants, K and M. Together with the owl, you have Kim. Together, that's the Egyptian or Medu Neter term for black or burning. Then you have the bread loaf, which is a T. And so together, that's Kemet. So as a word, this just means black. But underneath the bread loaf is a determinative, which is a language classifier. My best English example of the Medu Neter determinative is a $sign. If I wrote 3.27 on the screen right now, nobody could tell me definitively what that means. Some people would say that's coordinates. Some people would say that's time. Some people would say that's just numbers. But if I put a $sign in front of that 3, you know I'm talking about $3.27. The $sign classifies that number as referring to money. And so this determinative or language classifier is classifying the word Kemet as referring to a district, a city, or a state. A district, a city, or a state. Or we can even say to some extent, a nome, even though there are some that would argue calling it a nome. This is known as the Sen sign. Okay, that's what it's called in the Medu Neter. And it's a determinative for a locale, which is like a region, a city, a village, or if you're using modern terminology, a state. If I can add some historical context, let me show you the map.
Yeah, I keep on asking this brother about Kim. You know he knows. He gonna go in.
Just find a map that's perfect. Some of these maps are really small, so when I go to blow them up, there we go. Okay. This right here is what is referred to as Lower Egypt, and this is Upper Egypt. When we use the place name or the toponym Kemet, the term Kemet originally referred to this region. As a place name, as a toponym, the term Kemet did not apply originally to all of Egypt. Kemet applied to this region. The Egyptians refer to their land as, well, with a number of words. They call it Tameri, the beloved land. They call it Smai Tawi. Smai, united, Tawi, lands in the plural, the united lands. The term Smai Tawi is a reference to the Deshret, the red land or the desert, and the term for the other part of Egypt, which is Kemet, the black land, that refers to that strip of land that is well what? Inundated by the flow of the Nile River, depositing thick black silt. Okay, so you have the red land, the Deshret, and you have the black land, Kemet. Kemet is a reference to those fertile regions in the lands of Smai Tawi. It is not a reference to all of Egypt. The most common name for Egypt among Egyptians is Smai Tawi. All right, this is very important to understand. Also, it's important to understand that Narmer and the entire Old Kingdom never referred to the land of Egypt as Kemet. As a place name, as a toponym, the term Kemet comes into use at the beginning of the Middle Kingdom period, during the reign of Mentuhotep II. That's when you see the term Kemet first being used to describe the land of Egypt. And even that did not refer to all of the land of Egypt.
All right.
All right, we got, go ahead.
No, some of these questions are, we gotta let Sue read that. That's straight out of it.
Well, he wants Zion Lex to read this. So I'm gonna copy it. And let's see.
No, bro. I mean, that's out of it.
That's what he asked.
Everybody, right? But see,
he was like, "Can Zion Lex read that?"
I never heard him say that he can read Arabic. I will have to ask him that.
Hold up, let's see what he's talking about.
Yeah, I googled it, so I already found out what it is. But I'm gonna.
Killah Priest is right. I don't read Arabic, but I would love to see what he's talking about because I do recognize Arabic.
Okay, let's see.
It's very similar to Hebrew.
Oh yeah, extremely similar. Extremely similar. My name in Hebrew is Avdiel, which means servant of God. Avdiel or Abdiel with a B. The equivalent of that in Arabic is Abdullah. Abdullah. Abdul means servant and Allah, servant of Allah. Very similar language.
Okay, 1 second. I'm just saving it to the computer. Okay, go ahead and check the chat. And you'll see a screen cap there. Are you able to see that? It's in the Zoom chat.
Oh, it's in the Zoom chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it's something I gotta open up on my computer?
Yeah, that's one way to do it. Or you can also, if you can see the chat in the actual playback, you can scroll up. It's from S2K Madara. I was trying to make it easy for you, so I sent you a screen cap. Just in case you needed to zoom in.
Oh, okay. So the first thing I want to tell him is that's Arabic.
Mm-hmm.
And so it would have never represented anything that the Egyptians themselves wrote. The Egyptian language, the writing system, that's called Sesh Medunecha. Sesh Medunecha. If I was to spell it in English, SESH Medunecha. That's their writing system, Sesh Medunecha. And so Egyptians didn't write in Arabic. And so if it says that in Google Images, that's cool to consider in thought, but no Egyptian would have been reading that. When the people of Egypt the indigenous people of Egypt lived in dynastic Egypt, there was no Arabic as a writing system.
And so I copied it into the Google Translate, and for those at home, it means peace be upon the Podcraft family.
Right, thank you. That's dope.
Okay, let's see. Anything else? Did I miss any other super chats? I think that was the last one. Unless anybody wants to ask another super chat, that might be it for us here. Let me see what else I missed.
Killer Priest, could I play something for your Podcraft on the way out?
Indeed.
All right.
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Shout out to Danny Salinas. He said silence is key.
Shout out to Danny, no doubt. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. My bad. I was just fixing my cousin. Y'all you got some cold brew?
Yeah.
All right, let's get a sample of that
I'll get you some.
cold brew coffee.
Let me make sure his audio comes through, because if he's gonna play it from his computer, I want to make sure his audio is gonna come in nice.
It's me in the museum.
Okay.
On a tour. It'll be me. So it's nothing that you can get strike for, because
Well,
it's me in the museum.
Yeah, why y'all keep
tour.
tempting this man? This man.
I just want to make sure the audio comes through.
Yeah. You keep playing this, like this brother didn't walk through. I mean, like this brother haven't walked through museums that don't have. I'm just speaking for myself. This brother got already.
I mean, that's awesome. If you go to a museum and you get an actual tour guide, like that makes it even better, because otherwise people don't know what they're looking at.
Yeah, that's what he do. That's what he
do.
That's awesome.
But you can't just pop up on the craft room for the very first time. I mean, you have to ask questions. Do some research. This brother did this 1,000 times. You know what I mean? I'm just saying it's all good. It's all good. It's on him. He just showing you that he's been doing this. He debated. Right.
I was gonna say, we had someone in a museum. Last week they were showing their art, and they had a videographer go live from the museum. It was really cool, and the videographer will film everything from there. It'd be cool to get a museum tour with Zion Lex hosting too. Yeah.
Museum tours are dope, especially because you never know who's going to be in the building. You have a lot of archaeologists that frequent museums, and sometimes they're holding their own tour. You bump into a lot of scholars, and usually have or encounter people with great conversation as you enter many of these museum tours.
That's awesome.
Especially the Met Museum, because it's such a big tour. This right here is me teaching junior high school children at a charter school. I also teach at charter school. So what a lot of people don't know about me, they think I'm some guy that just debates on YouTube. But when I say I'm outside in these streets, I'm not just referring to hood activity. I'm referring to being out there connecting with our people. And so aside from museum tours, I do teach in some of the New York City schools and charter schools. And so this is one of those instances.
Okay, so there you go. We have your
I'm
audio.
at the Museum of Natural History in Manhattan, teaching 6th, 7th, and 8th graders about Dinknesh, who's the oldest living ancestor traced all the way back to Ethiopia. They usually refer to her as Lucy. I have over 50 students surrounding me, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders.
Lucy is the oldest human ancestor in the world. The team of scientists who found her, when they found her, they were listening to the Beatles. The Beatles song was Lucy with Diamonds in the Sky. That's why they named her Lucy. But the locals in Ethiopia, they call her Dinknesh. Everyone say Dinknesh.
Dinknesh.
That means how marvelous are you in Amharic, the language of Ethiopia. She dates back to 3.2 million years ago. Again, this is the oldest human ancestor. If you look at her spine, if you look at her vertebrae, through examining her teeth, her spine, and her vertebrae, scientists have said that she's about 3.2 million years old. So guess what we learned? Lucy fell from a tree, and many of her bones.
Right, I'm just going to navigate and take you through just a couple of tours briefly so you can
Fire.
see. I'm not going to spend longer than 30 seconds in any of them, but just to be able to show your audience that I'm really out here doing this.
And they
Stop playing, yo. Listen, audience, stop playing this. I'm confirming. The man is known all through. This is what he do. This is
All
what
right,
he do.
and this is me teaching at a New York City junior high school about ancient Egyptian civilization. And as you can see on the screen, I'm talking about Narma. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. This is known as the Narma Palette. And the Narma Palette is ancient Egypt's oldest historical record of any king ever ruling. Who has ever heard of the term pharaoh? Tell me what you know about a pharaoh. He's an Egyptian king, right? So watch this. Who's ever heard of the White House? Tell me what the White House is.
It's like a place for really important.
Absolutely. Some place of importance for powerful people.
Coffee.
Here.
Right? So the Egyptian word pharaoh is actually in the native Egyptian language. Everyone say per-ah. Per-ah. As you can hear, I'm teaching them Meta Nature too.
I wish they taught that in my school.
House and means great. So could you imagine the impact?
Mm.
And this is just one of the classes, but I taught every single child that came into the history class on that day. I was there for 5 hours.
Wow.
Could you imagine all of the children seeing a Black man of my age? And I don't look my age, I'm 43, but I look much younger than 43. When they see me in these schools teaching, I gotta tell you, whether you agree with me or not as a Hebrew, these children are inspired. And while we sitting behind our desk at home, typing on YouTube, I don't like this brother, who is he? The question is, what the hell are you doing? It means the great house, and it refers to the palace of the king. Similar to how the White House
I don't even think I didn't think Zion have to. Man, this is fire. But AD, you learning, huh?
Yeah,
you getting this all this first time? You seen him?
I just take it all in.
But you like Zion the first day he came.
Yeah, I already knew.
And as you can see, when I step out, when I go out in these schools, I don't switch up. Look at how you see me. You literally can see gold chain on my neck. I got a fitted cap on. I even got a do-rag on. I do not switch it up because our children need to see Black men that they can relate to, that they see every day, bringing high level of knowledge and showing deep care for the curating of our minds. That's an important and very lasting image for our children, especially. One of the reasons why we failed, many of us in public school, is because we could not relate to those who were curating the lessons. The red crown, everyone say deshret. Deshret. That's how you say red. Does everyone see this symbol that I'm pointing to? When the Narma palette gives you away, you'll see that it's actually a catfish, and below it is a chisel. The catfish. This scenery is found in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. In this particular scenery, I want to do this really quick for you guys.
Pass it carefully.
This symbol has legs, right? Yes, sir. All right, I'm gonna stop that there. So, you know, just to kind of give your audience a feel for what I do. You know,
that's all on your YouTube channel, right?
All on my YouTube channel, Zion Lex TV. I'm teaching in the schools, and this is the one I really wanted to show you. This is the one I really, really wanted to show you. This is from the Met Museum. And as I'm in the Met Museum, I'm going to work. On this day, there was maybe 5 people that was standing by when I first walked. By the time I finished breaking down and reading this Meta Nature inscription, we had over 30 people that was just standing over, watching in awe,
Hmm.
and many of them European, and could not believe that the only person in the museum that they saw reading the hieroglyphs was a black man.
What we're looking at right here is a funerary scenery. In this particular scenery, you have the Sioux plant. It forms the word Sioux. The oval is a bread loaf and it makes the T sound. And the table, it has bread on it, showbread, it's Hotep, so it's actually HTP. And this is the T sound. The triangle that you're looking at gives you the D sound, and the single leaf gives you I. So far you have the Hotep name, which means and the reed leaf gives you the
We're getting
I
distortion
sound.
on our end.
The water symbol gives you an N.
It's
and
good
the
now.
mat
It's good
gives
now.
you a P. So that's Anubis, or in the Egyptian language, Anpu. So this is saying Hotep de Nasu, an offering which the king gives to the god Anubis, or in the language of the hieroglyphs, Anpu. The head that you see in profile is Tep. It's how you say first, chief, or beginning. And the mat again gives you the P sound. So this literally is a title of Anubis, calling him the foremost chief. So it's Tep and then Tooth. That hill that you see gives you the T sound, and the F is the snake, and it's acting as a masculine pronoun. So it literally translates as an offering which the king gives to Anubis, he who sits, and this is the reed leaf again, giving you the I or A, and then the cross gives you the M, and the chick gives you U. So it's Amut. He who sits upon his hill, that's Tep Tooth upon his hill, Ut, embalmed in the chamber of mummification. These are all titles of Anubis. Anubis is he who sits upon.
Right.
That's
All right.
heavy.
And so I'm gonna just
That's
take the
crazy.
clip for this, and I'm gonna share it in the chat room, in our chat room here on Zoom,
Okay.
and you could share that on the YouTube chat room. And just saying that and showing these things to show that I am deeply immersed in what I say I'm about. I am not just a person that types from behind a computer scene. I am not just a person that stares at their phone all day looking to argue with people about their spiritual views. I am really out here doing what it takes to garner and learn and bring that information back to our children, back to our community, with the idea of empowerment, enlightenment, and unification.
And the link to that video is pinned in the chat. Cool.
Fire. Fire, fire. That's fire. Burn fire.
Shout out to
Selective.
Fella B for the $5 and Kermit Allen for the 20. Nice.
No doubt. All right, man. Yo, you have rocked the craft once again, brother. It's beautiful. Did you I don't even know what to say, man. You said everything. You got it all out. Word, that was beautiful. We're gonna move on and maybe have you come back another time. Is that cool?
I would love to. In fact, when you get A.A. Rashid in the building
Mm-hmm.
and he starts talking Kabbalah, I'd love to enter that bill.
Hey.
If he is in the
Hey.
building talking Kabbalah,
Right.
I promise you I'll come out my shell on that show. I'll come out my shell and share with you a lot of what I know on Kabbalah. So when you get A.A. Rashid on this show live and the topic is Kabbalah, allow me to enter that conversation.
Indeed. Yo, A.A. Rashid. I see him most of the time, so I'm gonna holler at him. Can definitely get on. We could definitely do that. Word, to make that happen. Word, that'd be crazy. Man, my phone is going off right now. Jay Ray says, thank you, Zion Lex.
Thank you.
Kermit said he wants to meet you. And he said, come back. Nuke. Oh, look at Jody speaking. What is that? She's speaking in the ancient Kemet. I didn't even know that. Nuke, Poo, Nurtur,
Kemet.
Bobby Hemet. Hemet.
Nukpu was like I am.
Mm-hmm.
Hemet means servant. I'm not sure what Neret. I'm not sure what she's writing as Neret.
It's
But
NRT.
Nukpu is certainly I am, and Hemet means servant. She could be saying I'm a priestess.
Wow.
I'd love to hear what she's saying.
Wow. Yeah, we're gonna try to get the phones back on next time. We don't have the phones. Our phones are down. I'm gonna talk to you about that too, Zion. Just get some pointers on how we can get some phone calls in. I don't know how y'all do. I see y'all be doing it all the time. We used to, but it went out. You know what I'm saying? We have to get another way of doing it. Yeah. So, I mean, anything else, brother? Can't wait to have you back for next time, and I'm gonna talk to you after this show and build with you on some other stuff.
All right. I look forward to it, man. Thank you so very much for allowing me to be on your platform. Yeah. It's always an honor and a privilege, and I look forward getting the opportunity again.
Right. Did you meet Sul? You met Zion? Before you get up out of here. So Rasul in the building. You didn't play your music, your intro? Soul. Zion Lex.
Hey, what's up, brother Rasul?
Hey, get your microphones right here.
Shalom.
Shalom. How you doing, man?
Going on. I didn't get to talk to you during your session, but you was speaking about a lot of great points.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
You know
I really appreciate that, man.
And I like the fact that you speak the Seshmetu Netta. I speak a little bit of it too. So
that's dope.
That's
dope
good that you was breaking down. I always try to entice people. When you start to learn the Seshmetu Netta, you got to understand how the ancients thought and how they looked at the animated world. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, when you was pointing out the fact that when you write the word Kim, you know, it could be referred to as a piece of charcoal or the back of a alligator or whatever. That's how they use that. So these are some of the things that some people don't understand when you try to explain it to them. You know what I mean? So I try to explain to people a lot of the times you have to look through the eyes of the ancients when you start to understand the language. And then you can get a full meaning of what they were trying to convey.
In fact, I would say that when you look at the Seshmetu Netta and all of its symbols, they say that there's well over 5,000 symbols when you include the determinatives. These are people that were clearly acclimated with nature. Mm-hmm. They had a very, very pristine connection to their environment and nature on a whole. That is clear and evident in just looking at the language. So one of the beauties for me of delving into the Medu Neter over the years is how it teaches you so much about your environment. And by your environment, yes, I could be literal and general and say, yes, the physical world and nature, but I mean, the language has a dichotomy to it because we say as above, so below. So everything you're even reading in the Medu Neter, there's a mystical or mystery element to that as well. So even among our African-American sabers and grandmaster teachers, there's a mystery school that's been ongoing since the time of Dr. Ben in the African-American community here. And so it's understood that there's a mystical and there's a mystery element even to reading the Medu Neter, and delving into that very recently is a roller coaster ride. So I'm just in awe. I have great respect for the language and for the culture, and I'm a learner.
Yes, brother. Okay, here we go. All right, so we're gonna let you disperse from that. We gotta land him right. We're gonna let out the Podcraft ladder and put you off and plant you in a very beautiful spot. And that was beautiful, man. Thank you, Zion Lex.
Thank you very much, man. I salute you, brothers. Continue to do what you're doing. And when I come to LA, man, I definitely look forward to building in person.
Right.
Absolutely.
All right. Take care.
You got a place to stay when you come, too. Holla at me.
Oh, thank you.
All right.
Peace.
Oh, my goodness. Did we play Sewell's intro?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sewell, what up?
We'll get it perfected for next time.
Yeah. I'm gonna add applause to it.
Yeah.
Because I think I want to have it.
Start
like
when it first starts. Yeah.
Like when it rhymes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That was the intro.
Yeah, but then that was there you go. AD's already on point.
I already know.
It was an interesting build.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's when you see a brother from the Israelite school, you know, is educated in multiple fields of thought. You know what I'm saying? You know, he could build with you on the Torah and the history of the Israelites, and also he can build with you on the Torah. On the ancient Kemet and Nile Valley civilization and the likes. So that's a good thing, man. That's a real good thing.
Real teachers. That's what
Well, I think that if you're an Israelite or a Muslim or whatever branch of, the monotheistic religion where you branch from, you gotta have a knowledge of, Sumer, ancient Akkad, ancient Kemet, Kerma, all of the various ancient civilizations. You should definitely be versed in that and the various languages that apply to it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah, we still got 311 in the building. Before we move on, have any one of us seen what Megan said?
Who's Megan?
Megan Thee Stallion?
Nuh-uh.
Megan Thee Stallion said she haven't.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
Anybody in the chat room seen it? Megan Thee Stallion got on TV and said she haven't slept with Tory Lanez.
Well, then Tory Lanez is he then he's not guilty of the charge. Is she making it up? She claimed that he shot her in the foot. He said the foot, right? That's what we get.
I'm sorry, y'all. Let's keep on.
You say he got shot in the foot.
I don't know.
Am I correct?
I'm just noticing the fact that there's drama happening. You know what I'm saying? You got the Will Smith Jada situation. You got the Johnny Depp situation.
Oh, the Johnny Depp joint is crazy.
I'm just noticing the pattern happening with some overall drama. You know what I'm saying?
Johnny Depp girl is crazy. She took a crap in his bed.
Word?
She defecated in his bed.
What?
That's just dirty and nasty. That's just nasty. Why would you take a crap? That's like why would you take a crap? Where was he at?
Apparently he wasn't there. You know, he describes it. You can pull it up if you want to.
I don't know if I want to pull it up.
He said he got in his bed. He laid over. I guess he looked over and it was a turd there. And then he went downstairs and talked to his wife. She was drunk. And you know how somebody looks at you and they know they did something wrong and they know you seen what they did and you have that eye contact.
Oh,
like you know what I mean? Like this motherfucker right here, I can't believe. And she came over to him according to her. According to Depp. You got to watch the testimonial. And she walks over to him and like, yeah, I know you seen what you seen. But yeah. she tried to say the dog did it. It's just kind of strange. It was strange. Wait
a minute. What happened? The dog did what?
She tried to blame it on the dog. Yeah, she tried to blame it on the dog or something.
It's disgusting.
And Johnny Depp was like, "No, that's definitely."
She tried to reason with Det because Det had seen it.
Oh,
and you know, that's like if you seen something in the room. and you walk downstairs and your wife or your girlfriend's down there, y'all, you look at her and say, "Hey, yo, I was just looking in the bed and I seen a turd in there. What's going on with that?" And she was like, "Oh, you thought that was me. You thought that was me, didn't you?" That's what the first, like, it was kind of like that, like that kind of conversation. She lied on, she dimed on herself just by having a.
She was saying it was a dog, huh?
Well, it was her whole demeanor, the way he described it. Like, she knew she did it, but she was trying to cover it up by like her whole facial, her facial description. She just looked guilty. Oh man, it's funny. It's funny.
That's
Man, I can't
nasty.
do this right now.
But
This is all in my way.
I know. It's not. Nah, that's somebody saying. I don't really be watching. Now you be watching YouTubes, the Johnny Depp. It keep popping up. Let me see what this shit is about. You know what I mean? You just click on it and see what the fuck is going on, and you watch it. And I just found it very, very entertaining. I thought it was funny.
I can't do this. This is just too much.
But the Megan Thee Stallion, I mean, that's some serious charges for what's his name? What's the guy's name?
Johnny Depp.
No, not Johnny Depp. The
He's
other
talking
guy.
about
Tory Lanez.
Tory Lanez. I mean, Tory Lanez got accused and he got locked. He got charged for that. You know what I mean? Now maybe that she's up. She went on public TV and lied, and now he can get off, and maybe he can, the charges can be dropped. Because she definitely looked like she was lying.
Yeah, I'm not gonna front. She thought about. She did for a minute. She didn't know what. She didn't know what. What she asked her? Did you have any sexual interaction? Oh, she asked her a question. You can look it up real quick, AD. And she was like, "What is that?" She's like, "You mean like sex? You have any intimate? You have any intimate relationship?" And she was like, "What is that?" She's upset. She's upset with him. We understand that. When you get upset with a person, you try to deny the fact that
you deny.
I think he's living.
Yeah.
She was making it seem like he didn't exist. What do you mean? The word sex didn't even exist. There it goes. Just put Megan Thee Stallion with what's her name? What was the lady name? I just said her name. She had it with there it goes. Yeah, go ahead. Watch this.
My wife.
Do that at 7.
I could do that. And when I got to college, everybody just knew me as the Stallion and she rap. And I was like, okay, this is my identity. Yes, this is what we wanted.
H-Town native, H-Town raised the. Damn, I'm so proud to be your H-Town native.
You can't ever let somebody else's insecurities make you insecure.
I'm a savage, yeah. Classy.
One of them times where it was like, it shouldn't have got this crazy.
It shouldn't have escalated to
Right.
the way that it did.
Gail.
Can you just briefly walk us through what happened that night? It starts you're at a party at Kylie Jenner's house.
You're right, Coverboy. Coverboy says this
I
is.
went there and we were just hanging out.
This is a
and
redirection.
I was ready to go.
Coverboy's right. This is a low vibrational stuff that distracts us from the laws they're set in place. Yeah, exactly. But her saying that she just don't know what he is. I mean, don't know what sexual is at the time. You did.
Yeah.
You know that was. I don't mean allegedly. Everybody say that. I don't believe her. Actually, it went all the way up to 19. We start talking about this. I don't call her a no. Don't do that. You're crazy. Call her a trans. No. Go to the other one. Let's watch this together before we go into the music. Yeah, the top. Yeah, not the down some. Go down 3. Yeah.
I've been like this.
Done.
Nothing. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you offering me money right now? Help me. Like, and if you sorry, just help me. Like,
But at that moment,
we didn't even make it to the house. Like, somebody had already called the police, and it was like so many of them. It was helicopters. I was like, oh my God, we all about to die. Like, the George Floyd incident had just happened. The police are definitely very much shoot first, ask questions after. So I'm like, it's a hot gun in the car. I'm bleeding. I've been shot. They about to kill somebody. Like, something bad is about to happen.
so somebody hears the gunshots, they call the police. The police come, And they say what to you?
They tell everybody to get out
Get
the
out
car.
of the car.
TMZ obtained video from that night.
And you can see
Not that one. She's with Gail when she says sex. Just put sex next to her. Gail with Gail. No, you got to put Gail. Megan Thee Stallion, Gail, and she asked her the question. And she did act like, take out Tory Lanez. Can't find it for some reason. I'm gonna block this. Meg, I think her name is Megan. Megan Thee Stallion on Gal. Question about. Somebody said good actress. You think that was acting? Can't find it. Forget it. Somebody said it was stage. I mean, it's all distraction at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? And she sat up there and didn't know what he was talking about. It was crazy. It was kind of crazy. Stallion is a man. Oh man, yeah, crazy. Wow, they going in on him. All right, so that's out the way. I want to hear horoscope. You haven't heard that. We could play. I gotta go back to the bathroom. I've been doing this tea.
I wanted to add on.
Go ahead, add on
to you for you guys when brother Zion Lex was speaking about the word chem or Kemet, right?
Right.
A lot of people have a misconception about when you look at the deity Anpu, the jackal, and he's painted black. Or you see a lot of pharaohs when they opened up the tomb of Tutankhamun, his face was black. Well, in ancient Kemet, they looked at black or the color of the silt of the Nile as fertility. So when the sages in Kemet, when they would mummify the priests, when they would do the mummification in ancient Kemet, they would use the black silt from the Nile to cover or preserve the body once they removed all of the organs from the body. And you can see this still to this day when you see the mummies. They use the silt and salt to preserve the body. You still see that it's very, very much intact. They removed the organs so it wouldn't decompose. You know what I'm saying? So when you see Osiris or Asar painted black in some of the Egyptian art, and he's painted green, that represented fertility, and black was one of the symbols for fertility. So you see that in the funeral ceremonies of the jackal god Anpu, which was to lead the dead through the judgment hall. He's colored black, and sometimes when you meet Asar, he's either black or he's green, and that represented rebirth. Just to add on.
Yeah, green.
Okay.
Yeah. We was building on green before, the color green. Incredible Hawk. He turned green. So I got to get on some esoteric sometime. When he got big, the Incredible Hawk turns green. And it was done by gamma rays, but a lot of the gods were depicted as green. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Back then. So that color, I want what the color, because they have green in the color chakra, money, current. What did that mean? Like in school, you should put like, go ahead.
Purification, or just the natural color of nature.
That makes sense.
You know what I'm saying? The color of nature. If
green is the color of nature, yeah, like that.
My scientists out there, they say that if it wasn't which causes the oxygen in the atmosphere, what causes the plants and all the things on Earth to look green? Photosynthesis. Okay, so they say, some scientists say, not just the photosynthesis, but there's another chemical compound that's inside of the photosynthesis, which is inside of the plant, the color of the plants. They say that if it was the original color would be purple. They say. You know what I'm saying? So because of the photosynthesis of the sun's light coming through chlorophyll, it makes it green.
Chlorophyll.
Yeah.
Chlorophyll.
Yeah. So.
Yeah,
green represents nature.
And that's crazy because you said like laboratories. And what's crazy about the Incredible Hawk, David Banner was a scientist.
Right.
And just going into that science, like when he turned, it's like he's a mad scientist that I don't know if he was mad, but he was a scientist that when it broke, it turned him into green. You know what I'm saying? And the creature he became was the opposite, and green represents nature. Right. You know what I'm saying? Which is wild when you look at it through the lens of the mind eye. You know what I'm saying? You can see it like, wait a minute, he's a scientist. He didn't know where he had no home. I mean, he was always trying to find his way home. Well, where was he going, right?
You're talking about the Bruce Banner, Incredible Hulk?
Banner. Bruce Banner was the Incredible Hulk, right?
Yeah. Well, that was,
They ended up separating or something. I mean, if Bruce Banner got sick, then what happened to the Incredible Hulk? Because that was his.
That was his. You know, his biological mutation that was inside of him.
Yeah. So his higher self.
Yeah. He tried to put a bullet in his head, but the other guy spit it out.
The other guy.
The Hulk.
The Hulk.
The Hulk.
The Hulk.
I like that. You kind of almost said cult. If you want to flip around the room.
The Hulk.
We can catch that in there. Yeah, it was a part of Bruce Banner's higher self, which was his nature, because he's being a scientist. I mean, I know y'all gonna go in there, and then I spoke to Nick Ngozi. He said we should have blue pill and red pill on, because they break down movies, and I'm into that.
Okay.
You know, somebody asked me earlier, yo, what's the last movie you seen? And I couldn't even think of it because I was watching a lot of the old flicks. Because the old flicks, the cult movie, the cult classics. You know what I'm saying? I was watching a lot of the cult classics going back. If you ever want to chill out with your chick, watch an old occult classic. And you would laugh. Which one I recommend?
Yeah, which one would you recommend? Because you got a lot of classics, Priest, that you be watching. Be over there, you be watching the black and white joints. The scary joints.
Someone you would, because if you want to have a fun time, if you want to, I would say watch a horror one, because they're so corny that some of them is deep too. I'm not saying sit down and watch a Twilight Zone episode, but Twilight Zones are good too. And I'm talking about the actual movies from back then. There's this one called Screaming Skull, I think.
Screaming Skull,
something like that. Screaming Skull.
I like that.
The Wasp Lady. The Wasp Lady, yo.
The Wasp Lady. That's crazy.
Yo, when you see this,
I gotta check that one out.
And forget about it. The kung fu ones, the fighting ones. Yo, you want to die laughing?
You seen the original Fly?
Yeah, that's disgusting. Yeah,
not the
70s.
Not the black and white Fly, the black and white one.
Yeah, I see. That's disgusting. He had a little head on a big body. The disgusting one.
Yeah. Oh, that's the one with Jeff Goldblum, Priest. I'm talking about the original, the Fly, the one in the dark black and white.
I can't say after that version, I don't want to see it.
I know.
Disgusting.
That is disgusting. I was watching it.
That's the nastiest movie. And he ate like a fly, spit on his food. But when you see Wasp Lady,
what's that like?
I can't even explain it. One of them I wanted to show on the show. It's this scene. Who was with me? Somebody was with me at the crib, and we was watching it, and you could see him running. Right? It was running, but they was doing the same scene. It was running in the same spot. It's like running in the same place, but they was trying to make it, because you got to think about it. America, this is wild. This is back in the days when people didn't know too much psychos, and they were creating psycho killers from these movies. In the 80s, if you think about it, we had the Son of Sam. Yeah. These movies were psychologically getting into the mind of Americans and across the world. And you had serial killers coming out of it. It's not good for you. It's not really good. And they're just like noir movies. And they would kind of like change the mentality of people. And all of these sick directors would make these movies and have people going out becoming more serial killers, your Charles Manson and things of that nature. Cults was started. Look at the cult films. You know what I'm saying?
They go to watch one of the movies, and they get all the ideas they need to go commit their terror.
Exactly. But that sound right there was a 1980s flick. AD. Right, that's when you going through the slime. You're looking for the aliens. Man, you could put, somebody said Nightmares on Elm Street. Yeah, you can get just an idea of fear, yeah. Putting out those bad vibes. And I like
What about the Blob? You like that?
That was I don't get into fat.
The disgusting slime movies.
Make you want to eat. Yeah, it's sci-fi.
I used to
slime blobs. I don't get into it.
It was one movie called The Stuff.
Yes.
You ever heard of that?
No.
You ever see that movie?
It's like a big gummy bear.
Yeah, it was it was about this meteorite that hit the planet, and it was this white cream, right? And they boxed it up because it tastes good, and then it took over their bodies, and it was bugged out. The whole world was eating it. Like called The Stuff.
That's weird. The white stuff. What happened to them though? After they ate it.
It was when they ate it, it would take over their body. It was intelligent. Yeah, it was bugged out. It made me hate ice cream forever.
They took over
stopped eating ice cream for a long time because of that movie.
That's frightening, man. It's like I don't like blobs and big. When the movie's too big, sometimes I can't see it. You know what I mean? Everybody, y'all probably gonna get on me about Star Trek. I like some of them, but some of them are so big. You know, like I like Cloverfield though. Cloverfield was kind of good, but that was like, you know. But it put something in your mind because those movies come out. How many of y'all saw the 12 Monkeys?
Yeah, I seen that. That was shot in Philly. Shot in Philly.
Shot in Philly.
Yep.
12 Monkeys kind of crazy, but that
was a bugged out one movie.
Yeah, but how it made you feel afterwards?
It made me feel like.
It
made me want to go see it again. Actually, just to get a deeper understanding of it. It was a little crazy. I can't remember too many. Can't really remember too much about it, but it was a deep movie though.
It was a does everybody say yes? We're going in. What's my girl, man? What's the girl? The black lady from the
oh yeah.
I was gonna use that as a cover. The black lady from
Star Trek.
Star Trek. You know she was friends with Martin Luther King.
That's crazy. Picture. Yeah, she was dope, man. She was beautiful.
Yeah, I loved her. She was her and her. I had a crush on her, and I had a crush on Batgirl.
Really?
Yeah, I love Batgirl.
Batgirl?
Yeah.
Wow.
I love her more than Catwoman. Batgirl was, I don't know, she had this, when she came in with that blue suit, wham. Showed my age. That type of love. Oh, see, that's going with the wind. Darling.
Cover Boy says, do you remember? Yeah, I remember the youngsters, yeah. Yup, they from Philly.
The youngsters?
I don't know if you remember them, Priest.
You might say Whoopi Goldberg. His name.
Actually, no, Taj. Cover Boy. Taj Mahal, Taj.
Yeah. I'm opening the rocket window. Yeah, that's what that music sound like. You said Eartha Kitt is always going to be one of the sexiest ladies. Santa baby. Audrey. 4-2. Eartha Kitt, man. Rest in peace to the queen. When she got older, she was a little bit wild. She was in the movie with Eddie Murphy, but she was like one of the best dancers, and she was known for dancing and singing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Eartha Kitt. But I don't know. I just said she didn't turn me on for Batman. It was Batman. It was always about Batgirl for me. Something about her and that motorcycle when she flows in that blue suit.
You talking about?
Her name's Yvonne Craig. I said too much. Yeah, I can look her up.
Yvonne.
I looked up, you know what I mean? It's a little young fetish. Who's Batgirl?
Batgirl.
I'm talking about the old 19.
Right.
They don't show Batgirl enough. She would roll in. No, her music was like this. Wham, 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 wham.
I'm trying to picture. I remember it. I can't remember. I'm trying to picture what she looked like.
Batgirl. A lot of people don't know about Batgirl, man. She had this. Haircut.
Wait.
I used to like her. I'm in love with 1950 women.
I don't remember. I'm thinking
I like the ladies from the 50s. But they gotta be young. It can't be. You can't bring them to me now. The 19. I say I like. It's something about their style in the 50s. I don't know. They just like
I mean, I used to watch the Batman show. It was all right, yeah.
That's why we watching those movies. I mean, sometimes I be going back like, they was bad back in the days. You know what I mean? They had this like style with them. Batgirl, her theme was wham 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 wham, and the narrator would come out. Batman is he?
Yeah.
What's going to happen next with the dynamic duo? He would come in and be like, "Here comes Catwoman. Catwoman is Would she be in this diabolical trap?"
I don't remember Batgirl, man.
You didn't watch it. I'm talking about Batman with Adam West.
Oh, what? I don't think I remember that.
Real Batman.
This is not this one? The one we just...
Yeah, that's her. Thank you. That's the real Catwoman. Batgirl. That's her. Yvonne Craig. Matter of fact, she played in...
we know what's so crazy about the movies that how come they don't never put Robin in there, man? You never seen Robin in any of the Batman movies, man.
Let's be real. Let's slow it down for a minute. Let's be real.
I mean, you know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question? This for you too, AD. What did what was his name?
Robin.
What did Robin do? Robin was actually, are you scared of a Robin?
That's his sidekick, you know what I mean?
But I'm just saying, there's a bat. A bat is like a blood-sucking night. But a Robin, you ever saw Robin Bird? Isn't he named after a bird called a Robin?
Mm-hmm.
They were like two birds.
Right.
So one was actually Batman is a rodent mouse that comes out in the dark.
Right.
And it'll kill you, to bite you. There's a blood-sucking vampire.
Right.
Robin, he's a boy. He's a boy wonder. He's a kid. Jumping G's, Batman. I never understood why Batman rolled with him.
I think in the Christopher Nolan movie, the last one, he kind of hinted that guy. Remember that guy that was in the movie? The detective.
I didn't see that. I don't look at that. Robin is not a real superhero.
You remember the last movie with Bane, right?
Yeah.
Remember that detective guy in the movie? He was like, I feel like they was hinting that he was going to be Robin, yo. Because at the end, he went to the Batcave, remember?
See, that's weird. Why are you taking Boy Wonder into a Batcave? First of all, Batman, why was you even
He's going to introduce him. He's going to introduce him.
I don't know. Robin.
I hear what you're saying. He ain't really do too much.
Could you even call him, Robin? I can't even call. Like, if you out in the street and you knew somebody named
Why did they even put Robin in there, though, with a bat?
Holy lyrical lyrics, Batman.
Yeah, but I wouldn't even call his name like Robin. Robin, I need you for a minute. People are thinking like, even if I was a villain, and I came in.
Oh, man.
My name's a Joker. I could be playing, but Joker's wild. And he can't be tamed. And you just said you're Robin. You looking at that. They always tied up Robin anyway. Oh, Jeepers.
Yeah, he did get, but I feel like I don't know, man. It could have been like.
What is Robin? Look at him. Look at him in the picture. See, Batman got the cloak over him. Got the cape over him. Yeah, it's called Batman. You know what I mean? Really, it's all. I think later on down the line, I mean, I could be wrong. Y'all can add on. But they got rid of Batman. I mean, they got rid of Robin because Robin actually, what does he do? Did he have any special weapons?
No.
Other than walking up the walls and talking to the people sticking their head out of the window?
That's what I'm saying. In the cartoon,
nope.
They never really showed anything. I mean, he didn't really show Batman had no damn power. Batman just don't. I was watching Batman the other night, man.
Batman will kill you.
Man, I was watching it the other night. I kept saying to myself, he's going up against where's his guns at, man? Where's Batman's guns, man? All he got is grappling hooks.
But he knows Kung Fu, though. If you go one-on-one.
Depending on which comic you read.
Batman.
Yeah, because he's from one comic, he comes from the League of Shadows, Ra's al Ghul. Maybe I told you.
That's
Ra's al Ghul because of the League of Shadows.
Out of the Leagues of Shadows.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Now, you can't do that and have your sidekick named Robin. You came out of the Leagues of Shadows.
Yeah, you're right.
Can we see a Robin Bird? I'm sorry for all my Robin. I'm going in on Robin.
You're right about that, though.
What's going on, Robin?
You can't be from the League of Shadows.
This is a Robin. Now, Michael Jackson did a song called Rockin' Robin. And he said, tweet, lead, tweet. Why do they have him in there? I don't know, man. I'm gonna stop. I'm not gonna do Robin like that, but that's a Robin.
I'm gonna have to be. I'm with you on this one. I'm kind of like, I was watching the new Batman, and Christopher Nolan did a great job, but he just never has dope weapons, man. You know what I mean? He just never. He don't have no dope weapons. Batman is crazy, yo.
Batman don't listen. He has a utility belt. He's really He's very rich. He's a rich guy that worked, and he actually trades on that, but nobody likes him. I'm just saying honestly. That's why he's so stuck up and mean in the first place, because he got an attitude. Because none of the gangsters like him.
Yeah.
The hood, you know what I'm saying? Everybody around the hood, they hate Batman because Batman, he got money. Hang around cops all day, and he hang around rich people.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying it's not classy, because he will get down and dirty, but I think he just got something in his heart that was like, I'm ready to knock down the city. He worked for the government. You know what I'm saying? Most of the superheroes do. Superman is from another planet. That's another story.
Yeah.
But Robin now, the story about Robin, we don't really know his history. He's just hanging around with this kid. You know what I'm saying? That boy wonder. It's weird to me. I just don't know. I don't get Robin. I never got Robin. Batman, you could do your thing. Robin got to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at the. I know he probably has to go, but I just think that it could have, if it was more. I'm with you on that.
Freestyle.
Oh, somebody said RL said Robin is a symbolic of Robin Hood. What? What was that?
Robin Hood, huh?
Do it. Robin did.
Well, he does have the red and the yellow one. It kind of looks like a Robin Hood kind of out,
But what did Robin Hood do?
Robin Hood was one
rob the rich, rob the. I'm not banging on Robin Hood. I'm just going to say, if you stepping up in a superhero universe, the superverse, whatever you call it, universe of the superhero, you just, ask this cat, you asking Batman, and you mostly get caught most of the time.
Yeah.
And I'll speak to my man, Priest Isaac. Shout out to Priest Isaac. You remember he was breaking down the cartoons? And you mostly get wrapped up and caught most of the time, and you're known as Boy Wonder. He got to be a grown man at some point. But I'm just saying, you're known as Boy Wonder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah. That's why I've always loved Marvel.
Another Peter Pan. Exactly. Peter Pan.
He does kind of look like Peter Pan, the yellow cape, the red, jacket, he does kind of look like Peter Pan.
Yeah.
The green tights.
Yeah. Coverboy said Batman committed suicide. Is that true? Put an LOL on it. Is he dead? And we're talking about the comic world.
The comic. I don't see. I was never I was never a DC fan. I was always a Marvel kid.
It's like watching NFL.
Yeah.
And then watching
and then going
AHL.
The AHL. Yeah.
With comics. Gotcha.
I was never in the. We got into Batman because they made the Batman movies.
I love Batman. I wanted to be Batman.
Yeah. Really?
Something about Batman resonated with me. He was like a
So you wasn't a Marvel. You wasn't in the Spider-Man.
I didn't. I love Spider-Man. He's my top. But I'm just saying, watching TV, back then.
They did have a Batman show on. Yeah,
I wasn't a real comic book comic books like that. That was like, yo, you reading a comic book? Like you got a comic book.
Yeah,
that was supreme. A lot of my friends had comic books. I was more into sports and stuff, but. When I saw you with a comic book, it would just amaze me. Like, that's a comic book.
Yeah.
A lot of drawing and colors and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And never looked bad on it. It was I'd rather watch the TV. And on TV they give us all the DC cats. They never really got. And I'm talking about back in the days. Like now, you probably can see Thor fight Hulk. There were no killings. They were. We got anime now.
Yeah. I mean, you never. That's why I'm always wondering why you was never into the MCU like that, or the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Like you're not into.
Well, I jumped all the way to anime, so I went past American imagination. Even though I big it up because I used to like Flash for some reason. All the corny dudes came on TV.
Right. The Flash is dope.
Flash was special. I dug Shazam, Superman, Batman and Robin, and occasionally Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman was dope. Can't knock her. Can't knock Wonder Woman. Visible Jet. Beautiful. Aqua. No, they never had Aquaman on TV, but I used to see him on the Saturday with the Super Friends.
Yeah, you're right about that.
With the fishbowl over his head.
Oh.
None of them really, none of them. But I always said that Superman was a nice guy because if he really, really, really wanted to do it, he could just end it all. I always wanted to see a mean Superman. The movie came
like
out.
An evil Superman. They had that in the Justice League. You got to check that out. Did he
kill everybody?
No, he
because
didn't. He didn't kill everybody. No.
Because he
whipped their ass though.
Yeah, but what was that long red thing on his cape? All he did was spin around the planet and bend animate objects, bend them and then cage you and tie you into like a fence. I wanted Superman to just
destroy
you
everyone.
Remind me of a Roman soldier. That's what Superman reminded me of. The Romans. It's very Superman, you know. But he was cool though. He's like it's Tom Brady is Superman.
Yeah, they should play this music when Tom Brady's running down the field.
He's the real version of Superman to me.
Well, we got Doctor Strange is coming out next week in the multiverse of madness. I'm gonna definitely be in there.
Then you deal with Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange is that's my type of dude. You know? I deal with that.
Appreciate might be. You are kind of like a Doctor Strange kind of guy.
I deal with him.
You're a part of the Sorcerer Supreme. Straight from Kamatage.
Oh, I deal with, man. I love this the sorcery of Doctor Strange. And he's definitely he does deal with the metaphysic world and show you that he's definitely one of them. They used to have in occult science they would have Enoch who transformed into Metatron.
That's right.
Get a little weird.
No, but that's
Metatron,
what it was, though.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
Yeah.
I mean, the Metatron or the Merkaba is a Hebrew word. You see what I'm saying? And that word represents that fourth dimensional cube that forms around you. That's they say that's the light body. Right. They say they use the term I want to turn myself inside out. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Transforming yourself into a Merkaba is transforming all of your molecules.
Right.
Into a ship, as they would say.
Geometric. Yeah. Right. Geometric of the Merkaba cube. And Metatron.
Metatron. Yeah. There you go.
So there was like the L universe. We'll get into that into the L's, right? Yeah. Get into that. That's exactly what
hell yeah.
Exactly, man. I see y'all coming through. What up, Trouble Man? Swoop the Gods, Stephen Strange, Sorcery Supreme.
Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah, Stephen Strange, Sorcery Supreme. Like that. Then he says, the Merkaba. That's why Zion was going in, man, when he's talking about, because you can find out those signs within the Kabbalah, you can find them in the Sufi.
That's right.
Also, you can find them within.
We call it the three. In the Sufi, we call it the three worlds, the three fourth dimensional worlds, or the three different worlds of the elements. They call it Lahut, Malakut, Lahut, and Nasut. Right. Each realm represents the three different realities.
Right.
Malakut is the highest, which would be the heavens. Lahut is the spiritual realm, and Nasut is the earth. That's what the Nasut inside of the Nisut or Nasut.
Yeah.
So that's the same thing as the Kabbalah, because you have in the Kabbalah the tree, the Kabbalah, which is the tree of life, and the different faculties on the tree, the different circles or the spears or the spear roots on the tree of life represents the faculties inside your spirit, the spiritual part of who you are.
Right.
And you got to learn how to balance those parts of the spirit out.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So, and that's what Zion was talking about when he was building on that. And AD, you do it too, but you don't know. You know what I'm saying?
What you talking about, Priest?
I don't know if you know what you're doing. No, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, when you look at things as surface, just like sometimes when you go into the astrology, when you look at the books, that's going into your spiritual realm.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you know what you're doing.
Hell yeah.
Exactly. So when you look at things on a physical, and I don't mean that as a, because you do it. And so when you looked at the basic of it, that's one thing. But when you look at it through your third eye and you can open up the tablets a little further, just like he said, abracadabra, and you go deeper into it, there's a deeper meaning to everything. There's cards, there's tarot readings that's in the cards, because a person could just see a picture.
Right.
But inside the picture, it goes on. And that's what we talked about, mirrors. There's a smoke and mirrors. There's reflection that's deep within it. And it's you that's looking into other dimension on the other side. So you can just look at things as surface level, but then there's always a deeper meaning to it. And this is where the conscious, the esoteric conscious community open up into where you can see a deeper meaning to it. And Dr. Strange played with those elements. You know what I'm saying? He was able to control those elements, and basically, not even Dr. Strange, his teacher, the lady.
Yeah, the ancient one.
AD, could you play that joint you play for me and Om?
We could do part of it due to copyright, but yeah.
Oh, if you can't play it, that's cool.
I could do a little bit.
AD showed us this.
When the ancient one touches Dr. Strange and releases his astral body from out of his physical body.
Yes. That was crazy. I never even, it even caught Om like, what is this?
To see more, to know more. And now, on hearing that it can be widened in ways you can't imagine, you reject the possibility.
No, I reject it because I do not believe in fairy tales about chakras or energy or the power of belief.
I gotta cut in and out so that YouTube don't get mad.
You do it fast, or
we are made of matter.
I just cut here and cut back.
More. You're just another tiny, momentary speck within an indifferent universe.
You think too little of yourself.
Oh, you think you see through me, do you? Well, you don't. But I see through you.
That's deep. That's
Woo! 3 bodies.
Yeah, that blew me away. When I was in the movie theater and seen that, I was like, wow.
Now, if you have an out-of-body experience, you're basically going through that.
Yeah.
What did you just do to me?
I pushed your astral form out of your physical form.
What's in that tea? Psilocybin? LSD?
I know, Priest, what's in that tea?
See, but he knew about psilocybin, LSD.
Yeah, he knew.
We got a warning from YouTube.
He's a doctor.
Stop it.
He's a doctor, That's why he said psilocybin, that's
what psilocybin is?
Psilocybin is that's the chemical that makes you
Go ahead, AD.
hallucinate, right?
It's the active ingredient in magic mushrooms.
Magic mushrooms, right? Psilocybin.
It's the blue stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you deal with the shrooms, la 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 la. That's why they sung that song.
Yes.
The Smurfs, when they were walking around singing that song, that when you go into the lot in a hat and Gargamel or Gilgamesh, whatever you want to do it. What was the cat name again? Ezreal.
Azrael, yeah.
Yeah, you going into the triple dimensions
of
the mushroom.
Yeah.
AD, the psilocybin.
Psilocybin, yeah.
And then there's another part too, though. There's another one.
I mean, there's
mycelium.
Yeah, there's other ingredients
mycelium.
in magic mushrooms, but the whole point is to create a dimethyltryptamine extraction from your pineal gland. Yeah. And there's several chemicals that can do that, not just psilocybin. That's just one of them.
Yeah, mycelium. And
there's so many. There's psychedelics,
Yeah.
Well, ayahuasca has a whole bunch of stuff inside it too.
Yeah.
Right. Well, then you're dealing with the alien figure, like Homeboy said, because you never know where it is. Because the mushroom never dies; it just turns into powder, and it transforms into another one because it's already fungus. So the wind blows, it goes, and it transforms somewhere else. And also, the mushroom is so crazy that it warns the other flowers around the garden or whatever of any defect or anything that's coming, a parasite or anything that's around it. It just takes in all the information of that environment. So become the mushroom, my friend.
Yeah. Well, again, I mean, when dealing with magic, for lack of a better word, we all know, like I said before, the word magic comes from the word magus or magus, and really all you're doing is channeling the elemental forces. That's all it is. When you see the words like the pentagram, again, the pentagram is just nothing but a mathematical term for a geometrical shape. Same thing with hexagram, pentagram. You have dodecahedrons. You have all different forms in geometry. The cube, which represent, you know what I mean? They're all geometric symbols or talismans to be used against to conjure forces, or to use forces to protect you, or to actually cast what they refer to as spells. So when that's kind of, you know, what they're showing you inside of some of these movies is right and exact. You know what I mean? When they use the ancient talismans. One of them, you see a lot of the women right now, they wear the hand of Fatima. And that's what they refer to as the evil eye. And that really goes back to the eye of Ra, or the Winjet, which is the eye of Heru or Horus, which was actually, that was a symbol of protection as well. So yeah, man, I mean, yeah, it's real.
When you to add on, when you enter a movie theater, it's sort of like you enter into a temple anyway. Carpets are red, small dim lights, and a little bit, you know how they serve you the crackers in the cathedral or whatever when you go to the bread of Christ or whatever. Right. But you're going to have an experience, and they set up the whole scenery of the motion picture before the lights come off. They're just some hypnotizing jobs, though. I mean, we like it because it's something with our brain that resonate with that light and with that, you know, it gets our imagination going. Yeah. So the whole scenery is definitely like occultic or ceremonial, and because you're having an adventure, like a lot of people like to bring their girls, bring your friends, and you're going to have an experience. You sit down and you say enjoying a movie, but they're already opening up the doors because of the whole scenery. You sit there and you perceive, and then they have the dialogue, and here's the magic part. There's always a part in the movie where there's no dialogue. This is hypnotized. This is where they get you at. Because you create your dialogue. Now they got you engaged into the movie. Back in the days, they used to have movies that they actually, in some of them, because before they turned into 3D, because you having your 2D experience, and then you have your 3D, now they actually could touch you. You know what I'm saying? Because they want you to feel and have that experience. So when they doing these movies, it's all part of the magic. And that's why Hollywood has the magic involved in it. Because it's all an experience to get your mind. Because sometimes when you go out the movie, depending on the movie you see, you feel like you float. Because you had an experience in a ceremonial, ritual. Yeah. Back in the days in Rome, they used to do art. Sit you down, and now you haven't been doing anything but paying attention to this movie. Now they got it to the point where they had Netflix, because a lot of people are waking up now. They don't want to be right in your crib. Yeah, I mean, that takes away from the experience, though. I think you should. Everybody should always go to the film, go to the movies, and get the experience. You know what I mean? Netflix. Netflix at home is like you ain't getting the surround sound. You're not getting the Fire Stick.
Yeah, put it on. And by you got a chick with you. You might. You know what I mean?
Yeah, each his own. Some people like the couch or the bed right there, and they can flick in, you know what I'm saying? They might watch one of the, flicks that they, but then they got movie theaters that make you sit back and lay back anyway. What I'm doing is just
the reclining seats. They got the new cinema experience now.
Exactly. Now imagine the work they did to them in the 1930s when it first started. Man, you gotta look. You gotta check out the story of the Hollywood brothers. When they started all this film stuff, it wasn't even working then. It's a crazy story, yo. That's what I'm saying. Y'all can check it out. Atom Ray said he's smoking at the crib, yo. That's good. Selling for weapons for quiet wars. That's all it's about. All right, man. Let's move on to the music.
Yeah.
AD.
All right. It's time to do song promotion, where we play songs.
Yeah, I like when he say this.
For promotion.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got 4 tracks submitted to the show. You all right? What you doing? Okay. We got 4 tracks to play. You know what I'm saying? This first one right here is from DJ Vulture, and it's called "The Phantom of Detroit." And here we go.
Let's talk about movies.
Yeah.
Noise.
That was noise too. I'll say noise.
Sounded cool.
Yeah, I like it.
See our genie lamp?
Just send that to a movie studio.
Yeah.
That was fire all the way around. I agree.
See, I could hear that in a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob Ross. Mr. Bob. Put that right there. Yeah, bro. So I got to burn this incense one day. Show y'all when we burn this, the smoke come out of the genie.
Yeah.
You rub the genie lamp. Get additions to the show. Ah, that's not the sound of a genie. Nah, man. Nah, hey, doesn't.
That's all I got.
Wu Tang, Wu Tang. I came to bring the pain, hardcore to the pain.
Maybe listen to that Chinese shit. It can't be no sound like that if you rub the genie lamp. That was like,
no, you gotta figure that one out.
Yeah.
All right.
Somebody said Bob Ross the GOAT, no doubt. We got Dr. Josh Bourne. I think you can give him a shout out to Dr. Josh. Yeah, he's like the Bob Ross of with knowledge. Right? Instead of painting it, he got his demeanor is so smooth. It's like, yeah, you're right, priest. This is the way he go to it. If you can't get it from him, that's super smooth, yo.
Mm-hmm.
I just like to hear him talk. He's like an ASMR. Not gonna lie. Go ahead. Let's go.
All right. This next one is by DJ Aurora Borealis.
Aurora.
Track is called Vega, produced by Capcom.
Yo, check it, 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 yo. And yo, clientele, excel very well. My next tell, Moses walking Mount Shah, now I'm out on counting. I'm at the peak, bird beat, fragile, take your shoe off when you step on holy ground. Long ground, velvet ground, riser, step into the song, Gohan, Goku, Dragon Ball, I can't fall, expose the truck, plan the brand, genetic code, medicinal, more rat doctor, rap proctor. Yin Yang Shaka, fan ready opera. In the stage of life, hip hop became my wife like Christ. Married to church, days of being dispersed. Carbon graded, cabin store. What's the point of living life if every day you do wrong? I put my Mozart in my rap song. I don't care what the next man think or formulate ideologies about me or doubt me. You never know what I'm about, kid.
Yo,
And yo, beat the congregation, evangelization, people jurisdiction, cardinal, prefect, the rap, pope, phone, rat, cash, up, rascal, cat, black card, clergy. For more than 100 years, and I'm powerful of liberals, generals, 19th century, they shot the dogs down. Rebel peasant, the cross as a pen and bishop popes in the cathedral, incense the papacy to the next millennium, Constantine the Great. Arts from Silicon from St. Peter to the present day, automatically programmed, microphone wordplay, I speak these words. Out the Vatican pains in the war, all four corners, Iron Sparrow, a raven flew over the Verrazano, had spun 270, cranium transformed into a falcon beat.
Damn. So transform into a falcon.
All right. I can see why the producer's name is Capcom. It sounded cool. It sounded like a video game.
Indeed.
I mean, not bad.
What'd you say?
Yeah,
It's getting better. He's getting better.
I mean, yeah, you just keep going, my brother. Just keep on going.
Mm-hmm.
Aurora. Let me see what I say. Aurora. Let me see. My advice. Mm-hmm. My advice was, I hope you take it. Try to get your, just pronounce the words a little bit more clear. When I have to strain to listen to hear you, that's my only thing, because you be saying some stuff, man. He said, I transformed to a falcon beat, and that's it. I mean, I think that's on your engineer too. Conversate with your engineer, make sure you're on the same page with your sound. Lyrics, you don't have to work on that. You have to work on the voice. I couldn't understand all of it. That's it.
All right.
Well, the parts I did understand, it was fly. I know you be saying fly stuff.
This next one is by Secret Society from Chicago. It's called Esoteric Substance, produced by Epic the Dawn.
Word.
It's just different.
Picture me, I'm in outer space, in a spacecraft shaped as an altar, translating tetragrammatons off the lyriads, rocking a hat shaped like a horse's head. Beware, I'm a dweller within the abyss. Yeah, witness of alchemical transmutation, invincible principles. I'm a relic, yeah, mystical shrine floating in midair, positioned center of the room, vision quite clear, performing ceremonial magic, feeling my metaphysical field of energy collapsing, all while manifesting incredible energy off shrooms, proportion disproportionately when I'm overconsumed. Corruption of the esoteric substance, constantly conquering circumstances promptly, all while listening to the inner mystical symphony, dedicated to the mystics that were here before me. Strange mysteries of the inner world are revealed, subliminal sidereal influences concealed, with divine anomalies, personifications of the heavens, elements that rest within the legends. It's evident, inconsequential, the punishment that follows you psychically. My fantasy is vanity, it's exciting, tremendous reservoir for evil sorcery, medieval fortress. I'm enticed with that, freeing you of neurosis and psychosis over this nervousness, and refocus exactly where your life's purpose is. Astral projection all throughout the night, I stay calm within the withering heights. Hysteria, delusion, not an illusion. Witness a reality that weeps no confusion. Internal anomalies, it's all prophecy, and I'm just a student in love with the divine mysteries. corruption of the esoteric substance, constantly conquering circumstances promptly, all while listening to the inner mystical symphony dedicated to the mystics that were here before me. Etheric, esoteric atmosphere flipped her, hit her from rear, and discover archaeoastronomy, the path of the psychopath, the aftermath, a socioeconomic masterclass. Psychically, my fantasy is to receive this vanity. I'm born with this twisted bitterness. Demonic elder gods always look down upon this. I'm stuck with this curse, obsessed with it. Why do old compulsions always seem to return? Like worshipping a mummified, shrunken head, a mummified, shrunken head. Demonism and diabolicism, antiquity within. Lotus blossom, watch me bloom. Shit.
All right, Secret Society from Chicago, esoteric substance. It's cool. I get it. I don't know if I agree with the telephone effect. You know what I mean? I hear the telephone effect. I think it kind of like muffles you a little bit, where you, because you're going so emotional and so big, I would kind of just let that out and not put the telephone effect. You know what I mean? Bigger beat. It's really in the mastering and the mixing. Have your engineer just make it more broad and big. That's my opinion. You might like it the way it is. I get it. I'm just saying how I would mix it. I wouldn't put so much of a telephone effect on it and let it come out and let it breathe. You know what I mean? That's what I would do. But I mean, your technique is cool. Your style is cool. Your lyrics are cool. Cadence is cool. I get it. It's big. It's nice and emotional. It sounds dope. I just wouldn't use the telephone effect personally, but that's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? All right. What y'all think?
I like it. I like it was different kind of style. Kind of had a horrorcore style. Like, you know what I mean? I give him props. I like it. Like, it was different. Mm-hmm. It was different hardcore style. But again, like you said, yeah, I guess that's what that effect was, the telephone effect.
Yeah, that's what I call it.
Okay. Maybe take that out, but teach his own. You know? But yeah, I like it.
Tight. Lyrics is dope.
Yeah.
That's it. The whole song was dope. Got to get ready. Got to adjust our minds. MCs are coming.
Okay, let's go. This last one we got here is by.
Is it?
Yeah, this is our fourth one. Billy Hush. It's Cheat Code. Is anybody out there? That's what it's called.
Shout out to Billy Hush. I remember his name. He was on the show before, right?
Yep, from Hush Nation. This is produced by Cash. Let's go.
Only one sale away from the Shopify 1000 Club.
Is that a thing?
Wow, Mom, have a cookie.
I'll take one.
Is that a commercial?
Dad.
These are delicious. You need to sell them.
You should.
What? Mom.
No, seriously.
Sorry,
Let's set you
hold
up on Shopify. It's easy.
I
got ads on SoundCloud now? When did that start? Hold on. 9 seconds till this ad's up. I'm trying to play an ad right now. I never remember seeing ads. That's crazy. It's like YouTube now. Here we go.
So they took charge of Jesus, bearing the torture stake for himself. He went out to the so-called skull place, which is called Golgotha in Hebrew. There they nailed him to the stake alongside two other men, one on each side, with Jesus in the middle. Fear not, my nigga. Shh, that is just the beginning. Yeah, my body's here on earth, my mind's up in space. You say you feel my pain, but can you really relate? Shouldn't have to debate. Was it luck, was it fate? All this love I create. Tell me why would they hate? Taking shots at the great, at the top in my cape. Had my crown looking down at these clowns in a race. The Last Supper, I sat in the middle as we ate, as we feast on the finest cuisine on our plate. And I spoke to my niggas, though I knew some would cross me. Why you scared, nigga? I could hear your heartbeat. And we talked about loyalty, honor and trust. Put all of your loyalty and honor in hush. I spoke to him honestly in the event of my demise. Make sure hush never rains. Spread the word of the hush to all corners of the earth. Tell them all the good news and prepare for my return. Yeah.
freedom was a memory, my home was a cell. Denied by my own, I can't describe the feeling. All alone, deep in conversation with demons.
Remember back then when they took me down, look, where you at, look at you now, dude. You thought with your friend, didn't hold you down. Now you have no choice, but you turn to me now.
Don't come no nearer, your voice sounds familiar. Was it you in my ear saying M.O.B. kill him?
That was me, screaming nigga finish
That was
but I didn't take it, had to guess it was missing.
Father God save me, take me and guide me, protect me from these demons inside me.
Ain't no one out there that could hear you or save you, so say your prayers, nigga, I dare you.
All right. So that was who was that? Hold on, I'm lost. That was Billy Hush, Cheat Code. Is anybody out there? All right, it was cool. I felt like the vocals were kind of muffled a little bit. I would have brought them out. That's probably in the mix and everything. That's about it. Everything else was cool. Just the I felt like the vocals were just tucked in a little too much as far as clarity. It's probably in the mastering. But that's all I gotta say. Everything else is cool. How you like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, was that like a Christian song?
I don't know.
I thought it was put together pretty good. I mean, you know, I don't know. I mean, you know, yeah. Who was that brother's name again?
Willie Hush.
Billy Hush.
Billy Hush.
Billy
yeah.
Hush. Shout out
And
to Billy
Cheat
Hush.
Code.
Like Willie Hutch.
Yeah.
Like Billy Hush. I like it, man. I like it. It was dope, man. Keep it going. Yo, you guys that are going to the studio, I mean, and putting your time in, no matter what, you have achieved the first part of it, and that's doing what you said you were going to do.
Yeah.
So we honor each play your music for each group or solo artist, each artist, period.
Yeah, and if you guys are interested in submitting your tracks to the next episode, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo, and the link is in the description. All the info is on the site. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Album is done. Horoscope will be out May 1st. Cleared to go.
Yeah.
That'll show. Let's play them an exclusive. Play them something that's not on the CD.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead. Play something that's not on.
You want to go out with that or just play it right now?
What y'all think? Play it now or go out?
It just depends if you want to keep going.
I love the feedback. Well, we play it while we're going out. Exclusive. Which one?
Shout out to Voltage.
Shout out to Voltage. Yeah.
Shout out to Coach Kendaka.
Coach Kendaka.
Shout out to Vinny. Shout out to everybody in the
Vinny Black Lodge.
Vinny Black Lodge. Shout out to everybody in the craft and chat.
Play something that didn't make it.
We got Lil Da Vinci, an incredible moment.
Lil Da Vinci made the album.
Yeah.
Royal Priest said, let's do it. Let's do it with Lil Da Vinci. Yo, May 1st, Horoscope.
Oh, so there you go. Lil Da Vinci, you made the album.
Do.
You got the hammer?
That's my first time. I always said.
Somebody said play the Skull and Bones by LCOB. Y'all gotta send. Y'all want to play just send the money in it or whatever, and you know, ask AD to play if y'all want to play some of those songs.
Yeah, man, don't be scared of sending the super chats. They be coming in handy. You know what I'm saying? We got that.
Like
we not.
Do that there. Do that again. Are you doing that?
No, that's me. I just hit myself in that.
Nah, he's doing it. AD's doing that.
No, that's me. You don't hear it?
You're only trying to pull a fast one.
Shout out to the Podcraft.
But yeah, you guys want to hear Lost Children song? Just, you know, y'all know the routine.
Yeah.
Thanks for asking, by the way, Jimmy B.
Yeah. Jody got 3 thumbs up. Yo, Jody, what do you be studying at? Jody be dropping. She be speaking straight.
Well, she knows things.
But you know, you can go online, Priest, and get. It's not that
so
hard.
So you trying to say that she went online and get it?
I don't know if she went online or not. But
I asked her.
Online. You can go online and it's there. It's right there. You can get it.
Well, I asked Jody.
Maybe she
where she got it from, and you answered and said you can go online.
Well, you can. No, she never really. Maybe she does know it. I don't know.
You don't.
That's her first time coming out of nowhere.
You don't think she know it?
No, I'm not saying she don't know it.
Shout out
That's
to
her
Vinny.
First time, speaking.
Black Lodge again. Everybody laughing. Does she know it? So according to you, because I asked Jody, and you said you can just go online and get it. So it's nothing deep about it.
No. Not at all.
I think it's good.
All right.
I'm talking to Jody. I said, Jody, where you can?
No, I'm not saying it's not. All right, man. See, Jody, no one's saying anything.
Because if you keep on telling people that do that, if you tell them,
she would probably tell you the same thing I'm telling you.
Probably, which
Most
means
likely.
that coming from you. And most likely, it also is coming from you. You can't just discredit her. She might be a major in Egyptology. Priest, that's what I study. I went to school for 9 years for that.
All right, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, she knows some things, man. You can't just tell her she don't know it.
Shout out to Danny Salinas. I got you tomorrow, brother. Tomorrow I got you.
Yeah, okay.
I ain't come over yesterday the other day.
All right.
Nobody sneak dissing her, yo.
No, I don't think he sneaked it. He just, I don't know if he sneaked
I
it.
know Jody's that's my homegirl, yo.
Yeah. We're gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, let's leave that alone, man.
Let's leave it alone. This little Da Vinci, man, yo. Well, thank y'all for coming to the Podcraft. We're gonna play going out or what?
I can play either way.
Should we look for the what's the name? S.L. Smith. She said, ask Tahuti where I'm.
I don't need to ask no daggone Tahuti. Yeah, you just learned it from Tahuti? Okay, you saying you learned it from Tahuti? Well, we all know Tahuti use Budge. Tahuti uses Budge.
Class,
so,
yo.
you know.
Yeah, she can't.
All right.
She's going to class, yo.
Going to class.
I
think she liked Tahuti, man. She liked Tahuti.
Oh, see, now we got to use low blows. How you? I'm not calling that
She
low
just
blow.
threw it out
How
there,
you know?
like.
She just said.
Ask Tahuti. You know damn well we ain't going to ask him, but there you go.
Ask Tahuti. Tahuti's going to say it probably was him.
Yeah, you know, she's one of my greatest students now. She's mastered the whole Sesmetu nature.
Listen, she just said
one of
she's
my
part of the process.
Greatest students.
She's saying she's a part of the process, and in the process, she's getting her meta nature. Know what I mean?
Well, she's now under my super guidance under the laws of Ma'at. She's one of my greatest students. I'm just joking around. It's a joke. I can't take a joke. It's a joke.
We gotta get him back. We gotta get Tahuti back, man.
Yeah, he can come back.
Come back through.
All right, come on.
Drop some juice. You can't say that. That's your favorite word. So you can't say that.
Okay.
But yeah. So it's all a process, yo. It's all a process. Yeah. And then during the process, impersonate spot on. Yeah. Let me hear that. Let me hear it again.
What do you mean, priest? What would you like to hear from the Seshmetu Netcher?
It's smooth.
I was playing around.
Okay, that was all right. That was all right. All right.
Yeah.
Yo, this one right here is Lil Da Vinci.
Open the heavens, release the seven. They call on you, Lil Da Vinci. You ready?
Yeah.
Exclusive.
Let the angel sing.
Horoscope.
Yo, Lil Da Vinci, get him. Killah Priest. Lil Da Vinci, ready?
Let's get it.
The heavens is ready.
Lil Da Vinci.
Let's go.
The planet X citizen, my witnesses and listeners, get ready for the visions in Technicolor. Little Da Vinci, the Kundalini OG, the holy comes from Aja, thanks to Elohim. Made a team of gods, once joined and became a global prob. A living Messiah, Jeremiah and I carried the law. Many believe they saw with me. I went to David, the King David, to Little Da Vinci. Chi rapping in dreams with Daniel, they would call me an angel. Gave right out to come from the L. Gave messages with him as well. The masses in a sleep spell, 26 L's. Followed the star to the birth of Yahshua. I'm a lyrical monster. See, I knew who I put the mystery before incredible. I conquered the mind, body, and soul, the Trinity. Born in the city of crystals, my existence is everlasting. Fantastic silence of flashes and lightning. It's enlightening. What are the Rezinquins? Ardu is a space station for humans. I provide my knowledge like an audiobook. Look to the north, we are the angelic forces here for assistance. Citizens of Earth, all praises due to self. I came to help you to see in Technicolor. Peace to all my brothers and sisters. Here we're pleased to make a feast out of 2 fish. Peace to the gods of Earth, Lil Da Vinci, I'm out of here. Get him, priest.
The heavens are open. The heavens are open.
Let's get it.
In the city of the dead, take their head, made a vapor spread. Heavy mentalists, spiritualists, the stone tablets turn to bread. The walls cave in, amen to the words he said. 5 loaves, 2 fish, the multitude is fed. The third eye's in Technicolor, the pics are high res. The gods count the heads, 1 kufi, 1 turban, and 5 feds. The heavens declare the glory, observatories in Persia with categories of Africa's blackest stories. With herb was nervous. I grabbed the coffee, took the burner, sat it softly on the table. Next to the cross and the halo, my chakra force is like a rainbow tornado. The crown is purple, they circle down. They're round like fruits that produce roots are red like tomatoes. Lil Da Vinci, Lil Angel.
See y'all on Monday.
Peace. Shout out Danny Salinas.
Shout out to Ceaseless.
Ceaseless. Horoscope.
Peace. When you get back, we got a track from Bragadino who did a remix.
Oh, Bragadino. Shout out to Bragadino.
I just want to say thanks for all that you've given me. The love for a Killah Priest will always live in me, exist in me. He took away all of my misery. When it come to spitting, he is the epitome. I just want to say thanks for all that you've given me. The love for a Killah Priest will always live in me, exist in me. He took away all of my misery. When it come to spitting, he is the epitome. Shame and pity no longer lives in the pit of me. The best rapper of all time, he will forever be. I'm good at rapping, but he is light years ahead of me. I first heard about him in the penitentiary. I was 17 and knew he was the only one better than me. My friend said that Priest was the godfather of rap. Cannabis was the father and that Nas was the son. Next thing you know, Nas came out with God's son. Killah Priest, me and Nas know he was talking about him being the father of him. Nobody's godly as him. Pretty soon I'll have the whole world nodding to him, heads bobbing to him, and he'll be finally in. And everyone to see no one's as good at rhyming as him. And oh wait, did I mention I was signing with him? I'm honored then to be right there rhyming with him. We'll be a dynasty then, won't take $1 from him. I just wanna say thanks for all that you've given me. The love for a killer priest will always live in me, exist in me. He took away all of my misery. When it come to spitting, he is the epitome. I just wanna say thanks for all that you've given me. The love for a killer priest will always live in me, exist in me. He took away all of my misery. When it come to spitting, he is the epitome. Matter of fact, $1 million we will finally spend. Always remember, I'm cold. It's fall to December, but KP is frozen when the snow falls in the winter. These rappers all sinners. Eat them all up for dinner. Dicing real small, then in my mouth they fall from the blender. Then fall appetizer, chew up all of their fingers. KP's a dragon, I'm a dinosaur and carnivorous. But only when it come to rap. Artist that's illiterate, I am great. But Killer Priest is flawless as a lyricist. I call it like it is. Martyrs in this bitch. You think me and him become icons when we get rich? No, we always been stars. It's made up what the stars is made of. Bars of the Vedas, vibe as dark as Darth Vader. KP the God is a father and a savior. I just wanna say thanks for all that you gave us. You greater than them all, Nas, Biggie Smalls and Jada. I just wanna say thanks for all that you've given me. The love for a killer priest will always live in me, exist in me. He took away all of my misery. When it come to spitting, he is the epitome. I just wanna say thanks for all that you've given me. The love for a killer priest will always live in me, exist in me. He took away all of my misery. When it come to spitting, he is the epitome.
Yo, that was fire. That was fire.